Good morning, everyone. How are you? Good morning to those of you watching from home. We're starting our broadcast now to the entire world. And it really is the entire world because we looked at the people who signed up, and we have people from everywhere in the world. A lot of people are watching. My name is Alexandre Sayagi. I'm a journalist and an educator. I'm Cynthia Piclo. I'm an attorney and a director for the Public Policies Lab, or LAPI. I'm going to switch to English now, which is our official language for this event. If you're watching from home, you have the option of watching it in Spanish or Portuguese or even in English. We're going to have all languages here, so if you have any trouble, go ahead and get some headsets for the translation. They're available if you're watching here in the room as well.
Good morning to everyone. It's a really pleasure to have you here. On behalf of DCN, Vladimir Spencer, the director, is here. He didn't want to appear, but we are starting a very important event here in Brazil, focused on South America landscape of disinformation. This is our topic. DCN is a global network focused on information, communication, digital trends, and also policies and practices against disinformation all around the world. We have chapters all around the world. And we are starting now the first South American event of DCN. We are very proud, Cynthia and I, to present this event. And first of all, I'd like to thank you, all the people from DCN, to make it available, starting from people who make all the arrangements like Margaret, Anna, his amazing team, and Vladimir, and everyone who helped us. We have around 20 foreigners here from South America, mainly, our great stars, but we have from Armenia, from United States, and also from Greece. Yeah, the president of DCN, Nikos Panagiotou, is coming from the airport. He's gonna get here in some minutes to make the first presentation. But I'd like to pass the mic to Cynthia, and then to explain what's going to happen today, tomorrow for the students, and also on Wednesday and Thursday for our guest here who's going to travel with us to Rio de Janeiro. Okay? But Cynthia, some words, the floor is yours, and then I explain the event. Just for you who are at home, we have around 20 students here, undergraduate students of communications, that is going to participate actively with us today and tomorrow. Yeah, today registering, debating, making questions, talking. You can talk to us. It's really simple. And tomorrow in a hackathon, we're going to create some product to combat disinformation in some hours, and there will be a good reward for this. Okay.
Thank you, Alexandre. Good morning, everyone, again. My name is Cynthia. I am the Executive Director of the Laboratory of Public Policy and Internet. We are a civil society organization which works with digital rights. And I'm super happy to be here alongside Alexandre and everyone from DCM and, of course, you all. For this incredible debate. I think it's going to be an amazing experience for all of us because we are going to have a chance to listen from our specialists and people from the government as well, from Brazil and abroad, regarding a South American perspective when dealing with disinformation, misinformation, and the responses for it. So for you that are students especially, I hope you enjoy this debate because when we are talking about disinformation, there's something that is very important, which is the context. So for us, it's a great opportunity to be here discussing the South American context. So it's different when we think about Europe and United States. So it's a unique opportunity for us to debate locally. So I hope you enjoy, and we will be here to discuss and to answer your questions as well. So thank you very much for having us.
And just before call our first speakers, that is Natalia and also Paulo, I'd like just to say that there is a line that's very important to think today, is that to beat a complex problem, to combat a complex problem, you need a complex response to. So when you talk about disinformation, there is no panacea. Actually, panacea is a Greek word. This is my homage to DCN. But there is no panacea. There's not one shot, one solution, one silver bullet for that. So this is one of the good points of today, is to think and look in a systemic view. A lot of different solutions to beat a complex solution. This event is supported by the U.S. Consulate and Embassy, and we have ESPM here, the Escola Superior de Propaganda e Marketing, who were amazing to host this event with us, mainly with Professor Caio Favre. I'd like to thank you so much. To Marcelo, I don't know where he is, so Marcelo, I'd like to thank you so much. To the Dean, Paulo Cunha, thank you so much. To Cristina Pinto, Professor, Economist, thank you so much. And for you to realize, there is a report from the Open Societies Foundation in Sofia that was released 2 weeks ago, I think. And it's written that, of course, there is no country in the world that has beaten disinformation or the post-truth era. We are all living in a post-truth era, but there are countries that are doing better than others. We need to admit this nowadays. And to consider that, pay attention, they consider a lot of different references to index and to make a kind of list of countries that are beating disinformation a better way. So press freedom, quality of education, trust between people, personal bias, yes, and public policies, of course. So it's a bunch of things that we need to think. And when I say public quality education, I mean media literacy, media education as well, that we have some representatives here about it. So we're not thinking about one solution. We are thinking about the entire thing. So to start our program today, I'd like to invite Mrs. Natalia Molano, press officer from the U.S. Consulate in São Paulo, for some words. Thank you for coming.
Olá, bom dia. Vou praticar meu português.
Good morning. I'll practice my Portuguese because this is the part of my work. I'm a U.S. diplomat, but I also speak Spanish, so I was very happy that we have several languages represented here in this event. I'm really happy that the global head of Digital Communications Network selected Brazil to host this forum. This is a collaboration between specialists from around the world, and this is very important, right? Sharing good practices, experiences, and lessons learned. It's a very complex challenge, as was said, and we don't have all the answers. So we have to pay attention to this because disinformation continues to grow and change. This is a very interesting area to work in for all of us. I'd also like to thank ESPM for hosting the event. ESPM is also a partner for the U.S. government here in Brazil. Institute, we work frequently in this area. And as Alexandre said, we have to have several fronts to face disinformation. And one of the most important ones for us is media education, but also strengthening journalism as a profession. So we work with training programs for journalists, for communication students. These are two areas that are very important for what we do. And we always talk about the US embassies and consulates. We have an embassy in Brasilia, but we also have 5 consulates around the country. In the cities of Recife, Porto Alegre, Rio de Janeiro, São Paulo, and we also have a small office in Belo Horizonte. So we have a huge team, and at all of these offices, we have a communications team. And this topic, disinformation, is something that we all work on. We have programs here in São Paulo, but we have many programs that are spread around the country. For example, the US government has always supported Abrage since it began. Abrage is a conference on journalism, and we're very proud of supporting it every year. And there are many other conferences like Geduca, Conda. We're a strong partner for all of these events, and we try to bring in people from that would normally not be able to travel to these events. So we also sponsor them so that more people can access these meetings. Meetings are always very important. What else can I share with you? Right, I have a personal message, something I learned from a US specialist. So at the end of this debate, I hope that we can stop to use the term fake news. I know that this is very frequently used in Brazil. I also have that habit, but I would like to analyze this term and maybe think about not using it. And I'd also like to invite others not to use it. Instead of using the term fake news, I always tell my team to use the term disinformation. In English, it can be misinformation or disinformation. But in Portuguese, of course, we only use the term disinformation. People use the term fake news for different concepts that mean different things. So many people who are pandering to the public use the term fake news, especially in the US, in a disingenuous way, leaving no space to assess the message and the source critically. So, finally, sorry, what did you mean? Yes, they use the term disingenuously. And this term makes people disbelieve journalism. This is something that a US specialist said last year in a visit to Brazil. And I think it's very interesting because he is not a journalist, but they were a specialist for political communication. So he analyzed how US politicians, especially in the extreme right, use or have used the term fake news to attack journalists. So if we want to strengthen and support journalism, we might consider not using this term and focus on using these more specific terms such as disinformation and misinformation. So I'm very happy to be here. I'm anxious to participate, and I'll be around for this morning. If you have any questions about the US government and what we do in Brazil, I'm available and you can speak to me. And as I said, we can speak Portuguese or Spanish as well. And I hope that the connections that you make today contribute to educating people to be more critical and engaged in the democratic process. That's why we work in this area. Have a great event, and thank you for inviting us to be here. And let's do it.
So now I'm going to call Paulo Cunha, one of the deans of the SPM, to have a statement here. And Paulo, thank you so much for hosting us here. is a friend from years.
Yes. Mas eu vou continuar em português.
Yes, but I'll continue speaking Portuguese in honor of Natalia. First of all, thank you on behalf of the university. I'd like to thank you for giving us the opportunity to host this event. Without a doubt, we are talking about disinformation, we're talking about communication. And when we talk about these two things in a changing world, naturally there will be some resistance. Some people will be reluctant to understand this and to step out of their comfort zones. One of the biggest places that we have to work on is education. It's through education that we'll be able to show people that between right and wrong, there's a large gap called maybe or perhaps. So this perhaps, this maybe, is where we might find the answers. So you mentioned the term fake news just now. One of the things that we have heard the most, or that we have heard the most lately, especially in political campaigns, is that you can cancel the person you don't like. And I'm against that. I usually tell my students that. Because strategically, knowing that people who think differently from you are also thinking is a way of understanding a different perspective. And also review your own perspective and also get armed against the news that you dislike or don't believe as much. But these are strategies. At the end, we're talking about a more delicate matter, which is changing a mindset in a world where things change very quickly. And we still have that Cartesian rationale of, getting things right. But I think events, education, debates like this one are very helpful so that we are more confident in what we do, our roles, and our responsibility as communication specialists. So once again, on behalf of the university, of our communications program, I'd like to thank you for being here. I have a short list here of thank yous. Alexandre, thank you for this bridge, as you said. Without bridges, we can't get anywhere. Cynthia Piccolo. Hold on, I'm lost. I know that you're here somewhere. Vladimir Spencer. Here he is. Natalia, thank you very much. And I'd also like to thank our university staff and students who are here, our dear students. And remember to pass this message on, this responsibility that we have. I'd also like to thank Professor Caio Marchi, one of my right arms in the university, who made this all happen, along with the marketing and events department under Marcelo, who isn't here right now, but he represents a department in the university. And Cris Helena, you were invited, but you have been very successful as a director, and we're very happy to have you here. And I've spoken too much. Thank you very much, and let's do it. Have a great event.
Sorry to speak in English because they asked me to do that. I would like to make it in Portuguese, but they asked me to do to facilitate the translation. So we are lucky because Nikos is not so lucky because his luggage didn't came. Yeah, his luggage didn't came, but we are lucky. Yeah, but we are lucky to have Nikos here. Nikos is one of the great scholars on media literacy in Europe, maybe in the world. He's a professor, associate professor of Thessaloniki University in Greece, and the president of DCN. He's one guy that's admired by everyone in the world. I don't know one person that doesn't admire this gentleman. So I'd like to invite him for welcome here. You are lucky to.
I know the second person is the person that didn't bring my luggage here, so I ended up actually being like that. Anyway, it's my second time being in Sao Paulo. It's really nice being here, and it is a city that here where I met actually Alexander at a major conference of UNESCO regarding media literacy. I am Nicholas Panagiotou. I come from Greece. I think it is more than obvious. I would like to stress out about DCN and especially about this topic. What it is DCN? DCN, it is actually a live organization that we would be more than happy to have you as members of this community. It's not a typical organization, but it is a very effective organization. It is much more works as a community, and we are happy that we launched a special chapter here in Americas back on October 2022. What are we doing? And we are more than happy that we have people and scholars to be part of this Americas chapter in leading and paving the way. What we do is actually we navigate and we connect the digital communicators and actually digital enthusiasts, and actually we are connecting people that they are more than active in their field, active in their duty. We approach information as a right of public good. It's not only about misinformation or disinformation, as we had actually the chance while driving here to follow up the opening remarks, but we consider that the access to credible information, it should be considered as a fundamental right anymore, especially under, I see Thomas as well, especially under the light of the challenges based on artificial intelligence and also of this flux of information that we are dealing with. We consider and we work as a community, a worldwide community, on how to promote and respect information as a public good. Because all starts from the lack of trust, meaning that if I'm not informed well, I cannot take the right decisions. In addition, I might be trapped into being polarized, into pushed to the extremes, into adopting a simplistic approach, or even neglecting what it is more than important. To understand and underline what we have managed to do as human beings. Just let us go back together and imagine ourselves to have Galileo among us, and to tell Galileo that there are now people around the world in 2023 that they believe that the earth is flat. He would be surprised. So this is what we're doing. We are continuously striving to promote basic values regarding democracy, right to information, inclusion, and tackling misinformation, disinformation, and hate speech. We are more than happy to have you all with us, and more than happy that we managed to be here, and the suitcase will come tomorrow. Thank you.
So now we are going to explain briefly how will be the dynamics of today and tomorrow for those who are at home and for those who are here. We have a lot of speakers, but we try to create a format that make it dynamic, make it fast, make it interesting to everyone, do not be boring, so that we choose to make pitches, short pitches, and then debates in the afternoon. But Cynthia will explain the day today, and I will explain tomorrow and the other days.
So basically, we will have, during the morning, 2 rounds of debates. So the first one is an overview on misinformation, and then we will have a short break and come back for the second round of debates on systematic responses and good practice. And then we will have a special lunch. No, I'm joking. So we'll have a lunch. And we'll finish the day with brainstorming and a debate to seek solutions to tackle disinformation. So basically, we are debating and finding solutions the whole day for today.
And just to notice that the students are going to produce a video or something for those 2 days with their expression, and we are going to outcome a paper or a statement or a letter of São Paulo with some results that we can think together, probably partnerships that's going to be created here based on the 4 days, because we're going to stay 4 days together, all of us. Today are the debates, as Cynthia said. Tomorrow we have the hackathon with the youth that Kai will coordinate. The hackathon during the entire day with the students creating a solution for beating disinformation. And on Wednesday, we are going to Rio de Janeiro to visit 4 hotspots or institutions or faculties that work on the disinformation issue. Okay, so we're going to visit places like Fundação Roberto Marinho, that Leonardo is here representing Fundação Roberto Marinho, Canal Futura, and other spots in Rio. So to be 4 days of arrangements, partnerships, debate, and conclusions that we're going to outcome a letter, a statement, or a white paper probably on the issues that we debate today. Okay? And so I'm going, let's start? Yeah, so let's start. I will call here the first panel. I will moderate the first one. Cynthia will moderate the second one. Yes, Cynthia? Thank you so much. Yes. So I call for the stage. Thomas, you can come, please. I know that you are the first one, so. I will introduce the speakers as they start to speak, okay? But I'll just call Thomas. Please. Daniel. Gabriel. João, por favor. And Marcos. Please take a seat. I'll take my luggage here because I. So our first panel will debate an overview on misinformation. As Natalia said, we are translating misinformation as desinformação. Okay, an overview of misinformation. So I will start with Tomás Duran, he is the academic director of Uniminuto, which is a university in Bogotá. And his PhD is amazing. It's about public policies in all South America, João. He's done a very good work on public policies on disinformation in South America. So, Thomas, you have the floor, and thank you so much for accepting to be with us. And let's start with a big step with you. Cristina, you will finish this first panel. Yeah, it will be the last one. Yeah. So the last will be the first, so you're going to sit here. Cristina will bring an economic view on disinformation. So it's going to be so interesting, the economic impact on disinformation. I'm so curious to listen to her. Thomas, please.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you, everybody. Well, hello. I will do my presentation in Spanish. We all agreed to do the presentations in Spanish. So this is the last time I'm speaking in English. So, Nikos, please put on your headphones. They will translate everything for you. Bueno, buenos días para todos.
Bom dia a todos. É prazer. It's a pleasure to be with you. And I've been working in this topic for a long time. And I'm really happy to be with you, with all the colleagues that are with us. And we will talk about digital transformation in Latin America. We have many different countries, right? And we are, I hope I had 1 hour to show my 100 slides, but I only have 10 minutes, so I'll be very simple. We have 8 process that's speeding up, that has an impact, significant impact on people, the economy, society, and the government. We know how digital transformation takes place. I'd like to start with this slide that shows you the development of technology in this region. We see here all the work that is, or jobs that are at risk because of digital transformation and automation in the world. And we see here in Latin America, it's all red. So we have what is being replacing, how automation is replacing jobs. This is the context. Brazil, I think, is slightly better, as well as Mexico, but many other countries where we are from, we are living or going through this process of digital transformation. In these two slides or charts, you can see on the left-hand side the per capita income of people toward the right, and then the percentage of jobs that will disappear. Oh, that's on the right-hand side. So we have here jobs that have usually the lowest paid jobs that are at higher risk of changing, and we have between $10,000 to $20,000 of per capita income in Latin America that are affected and that might lose their jobs as a result of digital transformation. And we have more recent data here. 3 weeks ago, this report sponsored by the IBD, and this is about AI in Latin America. And so everyone is looking at Brazil, but there's also Ecuador. All countries in the region were part of this study. And we have a infrastructure problem, but they have a good number of connections and everything, but we don't have secure servers. That's the greatest challenge. And we don't know how often we have in Brazil, but in the other parts of Latin America, we have an indicator that shows the real penetration of the internet. And we have countries like in Colombia, we have 70, and this rate is refers to this rate refers to all telephone plans that also let people consume social media, WhatsApp, and then they can provide a little more access and data availability. But then there's a very low average in terms of talent development. We can generate many data. We generate a lot of data every day, but this is very basic data, almost as basic as the chart I'm showing you on the slide. We have processes for decision making based on this data. And this, in my view, is one of the greatest challenges for us as a region. I'll now show you our decision making based on data. So the blue part is the average of research. Red is the average of R&D in AI. We have generated almost no innovation in this area. We do research. We refer to many authors. We may even have people that have a lot of influence on data. When we consider the people that are writing on AI in Brazil, or publications in English journals that are not published in Brazil. So there's this huge gap. Yellow is the average adoption rate. We have no innovation. As I said before, we are missing products that let us use the data that we generate, that might become digital processes. And finally, the last slide is this one of this same study. So we have countries that have no blue bar, or no red bar, or no yellow, or develop it into other elements. some key aspects. We have a growth of internet availability in the region, as also development of the digital economy based on services. Then we have unicorns throughout Latin America. Rappi, for instance, is not a digital entrepreneur. They they rose from precarious or poor working conditions with very low cost or very low salaries or wages paid to couriers. So it's not just about technology. You have also significant impact on the government that has access to a lot of data. So the government has more input for decision making. So the government can take this opportunity of accessing citizen data very fast, and then inclusion and advanced social use of information. And these are also considered negative aspects. We need, of course, to make the most of technology. Most people don't use technology that well. They don't have access to technology. There's many access gaps to technology, especially connectivity, utilization gaps, services, or basic services. What does a basic services mean? It means that in some regions in Colombia, for instance, the government has taken high-tech devices given to them to schools and universities, but then there's no power, electric power. So how can they connect to or turn on these servers? So some basic services or utilities are still missing in our continent. Benefits of digital transformation, new opportunities for education, employment, participation in public life. This is or has seemed to be possible wherever you are. And then economic growth, job creation. Then there's also the risk of automation. Risks also mean opportunities. It depends on how you look at them. And I think it's a good opportunity of doing things better. Then I'd now like to show you a study on misinformation from 2016 to 19. This data was published in 2023. There was no measuring during the pandemic in 2021. So we see here whether countries are ready for digital transformation. The blue bars are 2016 data and orange 2019 data. So we see countries that are getting better. They're getting better or higher scores. Now I have more specific data of the 19 countries participating in the 2019 study in Latin America, and then the 11 that took part in 2016. We have interesting data. For example, media literacy and digital literacy, they're part of primary and secondary school curricula in these countries. These numbers are still, figures are still low, as we can see. See the blue. Blue means no, right? So we have improved about 10 points or improved in 3 years. So it means that schools, universities, education institutions, they have this, on their minds. They know they need to teach and provide good quality digital education.
So AMI is media education in Spanish. So here, we also asked about how this media education is assessed, if these skills are measured in any way. And we see that we are still taking small steps here. But in formal education environments, we've started to notice that there are more reports in Latin America that are starting to measure it. There are also international groups that measure these critical thinking skills. This can also be done with PISA or OCDE method. And schools are also looking at these aspects of education. This is also being considered by legislation. I understand that I'm presenting so much data, but I just want you to understand that this is something that has been happening. We have been seeing this changing in Latin America. We're starting to measure it more and more, and we're gaining more strength in this area. There are also policies in media education and also policies in how technology has been taken or used in this area. So, employing computers or connections or seeing how many servers you have in a country is no longer limited to that. What we're looking is at how much technology has been used by students. And even though it's been growing slightly, we see that more positive levels have been reported. So I'm running a little bit out of time, and I'll try to conclude quickly. These are the challenges that we're still facing. We still have a digital gap. It's a little bit contradictory, right? Because I said that Latin America is not as big, but it still has a long way to go. A lack of digital skills, the environmental impact of all new technologies, the use and appropriation of technology for creation and advanced use. So I'm a communicator. I understand that the potential that we have on TikTok, for example, or in social media. But being in social media doesn't mean that we'll be making advanced use of the internet, using it for decision making or to build healthier economies, and also transforming perception, real use, and applicability of digital services. During the COVID pandemic, we went through a faster transition in digital technologies in Latin America. It really boosted the digital market, and some services can, of course, improve. I'd like to conclude with this snapshot of the current situation, and this is the Freedom of Press Index in Reporteros Sin Fronteras, or Reporters Without Borders. This relates to content creation, communication, and across different outlets. We see that freedom of the press indexes are regressing. So this especially concerning the safety of reporters. There are other social aspects that are walking along with this. Here we see the Political Rights Index from 2020, 21, and 23. I understand that this methodology is somewhat controversial. This is assessed through forms and so on, collecting people's perception. But according to the perception of political rights, we have also stopped. So technology didn't bring a feeling of having better access and better use of our political rights. This means that we have a challenge ahead of us. We're doing very well in generating curriculum, strategies, and public policies for media education, informal education, but it hasn't had the expected result for our society. And so we have to continue working. Thank you very much. These are my conclusions. Digital transformation is an opportunity, and we should make use of it. We can become a more competitive region. Governments, companies, and citizens need to work together. This is still a debate, and we hope that this triple partnership can work. And finally, media education through the use of technology needs to train more critical citizens so that we can have a more participative society. Thank you very much.
We choose the titles for every speaker, and then we send to them to approve. And all of them approved the titles that we chose. So to compose a kind of kaleidoscope, you know, of systemic view. So I forgot to mention the title of Thomas. It was a South American perspective on public policies related to digital transformation. Okay? So now we move from Colombia to Argentina. I'd like to call Mr. Daniel Arbol, expert from the Argentinian Council for International Relations, and he's going to talk about an Argentinian perspective on misinformation and cybersecurity. Daniel, please, the floor is yours. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good afternoon. ¿Cómo? Sí, perfecto. Ok. Perfecto. Muchas gracias por...
Thank you very much for inviting me to be here. Nichols, Alex, Cynthia, thank you very much. Okay, so as Alejandro was saying, we are going to talk about the complexities of disinformation in the context of cybersecurity. And this is a fascinating challenge, but it's also a very big one. Disinformation is not a new phenomenon. We have examples from advertising, from political propaganda, but in our current society, new technologies have expanded its impact. So what we see different now are the relationships that they have with cybersecurity. As you can see on the slide, we are in a context of digital transformation. There are 4 parameters that are particularly striking, which is a higher variety of information, a higher volume, higher speed, and the problem per se, which is veracity or verisimilitude. So this is something that we need to pay attention to. And this causes 2 problems: information overload and quality control. These are key elements that always need to be present. Well, as Natalia from the U.S. Consulate has also pointed out, we're going to talk here about 2 sides of disinformation, which have their own specificities. Instead of using the word fake news, we have misinformation, which is defined as false information with the intention of generating, or without the intention of creating damage. Malinformation is shared to cause real damage. And we also have disinformation, which is manipulated to cause confusion and generate some kind of harm. So it's important to have this these terms so that we can generate efficient policies. Well, I'm not going to go deeper into each explanation, but just to give you an idea of what disinformation, misinformation, and malinformation impact people's perceptions and their decisions. This is what we're discussing here. So this is the causal chain that is created from this impact. And of course, afterwards, we can talk more about this if you're interested. So this gives you some more detail about cybersecurity. We see that it includes 3 main criteria, which are integrity, confidentiality, and availability. So I'd like to share with you an example of that. This isn't from Argentina, it's an example from the US, but it was covered so much by the press that I think everyone will be familiar with it. The example of the data leak from the Democratic Committee in 2016 when Hillary Clinton was running against Donald Trump. It was an espionage campaign which attacked their mail servers and infiltrated it, using it to promote a disinformation campaign. It generated a huge problem affecting electoral integrity. So this is the most important part of my presentation. I'd like to draw your attention to this. This person wrote this book. His name is Gerald B. Mannheim. The book is titled Strategy in Information and Influence Campaigns. In this book, he presents the conceptual basis so that we can understand these things strategically. There are very few books that discuss things from a strategical point of view. It's an academic book, but to put it into context, we also have this book called Active Measures by Thomas Rid. It discusses the history of disinformation and political warfare. He's from Johns Hopkins University. It goes in depth, documenting many things, and there's also this book on the hacker and the state. Another important book by Ben Buchanan. So we understand that there are many examples of using this information for political use. Artificial intelligence is now more widely used and can be used for destructive reasons in many cases. For example, there are like Llama models that are now being used to attack others in many cases. I can share some examples with you later on, but this is something that started very recently. This foundation called Disarm, as you can see on the screen, created this model, which is a great example of how misinformation can be used. So it's a great model to understand how it exists as a social problem. The purpose of this foundation with this model is to help people from any area or industry to understand the effects of disinformation clearly. It can also identify some corrective and preventive measures that exist. So this model here maps how it can be used to attack or to damage others. And this one maps some defensive responses. This is a little bit more complex, but there's a great explanation here that is very helpful and can be useful for you during your hackathon. So how are we doing with time? I think I'm okay. So the implications of disinformation are huge. They also can deteriorate the democratic process. They can influence major events and change how people respond to public health care issues with infodemics and so on. So some countermeasures to face all of this. Well, we need to have a multifaceted approach, focusing on digital ethics, practices of trust and security, digital ethics to respond to issues such as how to use certain technologies, what are the potential impacts of them, and how can we mitigate them. And this is essential to respond to many of the questions that we are facing currently. Considering security, we're dealing with issues such as how we can prevent against abuse of platforms, how we can protect users from interacting with damaging and harmful information. From the technological standpoint, we can standardize security criteria through new solutions, system design. At the social level, it's important to have digital and media literacy and also what we call cyber hygiene, meaning a public awareness of cybersecurity. With platforms, we need to strengthen trust and safety at the corporate level, because we often talk about, what is the role of the government in regulating this? Since things change so much, it seems like we're always chasing after the ball instead of predicting what how it will be played. So in operational terms, we also have human operators and sophisticated algorithms that can identify disinformation campaigns. Well, so as a conclusion, the challenges that we face in the digital era are unique and they're interconnected. As scholars in this area, we have the responsibility. We have to understand, lead, and innovate, ensuring that we will have a great and safe digital future representing the truth. Information is paramount, and cybersecurity is something that will affect all of humankind. So, to conclude, we have to have a great base of values, shared ethics, and build practices with all of us so that we can share and exchange our experiences and to generate safe information. That's essential. Thank you very much.
Looking to the problem from a lot of different sides, yeah, from different perspectives. This was the really first intention, and it's working. I'm really glad. I'm learning a lot with your two presentations. Thank you very much, Tomás and Daniel. And now we are flying to Uruguay, to Montevideo, with the great Gabriel Capum, which is a PhD in Latin American Studies and professor and researcher at the University of the Republic in Uruguay. And I think for Gabriel, the civil participation, the citizenship, is running through his veins because it's family stuff. Gabriel is son of one great researcher called Mario Kaplum in communication, and he's following his father's steps, battling for democracy and all the things that we like. Gabriel is going to talk about challenges for a participatory culture in South America, okay? Gracias, Gabriel. Por favor.
Gracias, Alexander, y gracias.
Thank you, Alexandre, and thank you to everyone who made this event possible. And since I don't have a lot of time, I'm going to list 5 challenges for a participatory culture in Latin America. But before I list these 5, I'd like to start with challenge number 0. To be discussed in this panel. From my perspective, and I don't know if it was Alessandro who proposed this title, but it makes sense because participation is one of the solutions against disinformation. It's not the only one, but it's a very useful and important solution. And why is that? Well, there are many reasons. One that seems very interesting or very important to me is that knowing public policies, talking about them, deciding on them, and controlling how they are performed or carried forward is at the core of many of the citizen participation proposals. It's not the only solution, but this is very important. Specifically, in Brazil, you have a great tradition of doing it. So I'll refer to the Brazilian case.
And in this respect, if you explain the reason why this is being discussed, if we talk about participation, you also need to think about information and misinformation. Yes, it is a problem, but it's also a communication problem. And when you talk about communication, you also talk about dialogue. And as the title suggests, when you think about communication, you think about a public good. That's my point 0, right? What's the point of saying all of this? Now, the 5 challenges. Number 1, democracy. Democracy is not necessarily a clear value in Latin America. I can give you one example, and that's what we see in the Latin barometer. In the last few days, the last measure of the Latin barometer, it's clear that to many Latin Americans, democracy is not important. When you ask Latin Americans if they prefer to live in a non-democratic regime, they say it doesn't matter. As long as a problem is solved, democracy is not that important. And some of them, they even remember those terrible times in Latin America where you had very hard regimens, dictatorships. This, of course, changes from country to country, but democracy is one challenge, the first challenge, because information and disinformation are key when you talk about democracy, but not that important if democracy is not an important value. People don't really care if they lie to them if democracy is not important to them. And as our Argentinian speaker said, you have policies. He didn't refer to lie, but lie has a lot to do with corruption. I mean, you steal, but then you make things happen. That's considered a good value. Or that politician lies, but he does make things happen, does take action. That's very common. And then participation. That's the second challenge. There's also a very long history in the world participation, especially participation in public policies. And we have some studies, you might know them. The scale of participation in Einstein in the United States. This is one of the examples, but then we have many other challenges. Participating means being informed? Yes, it does, but participating also means debating, discussing, and that's more complex. You cannot have a good discussion without good information, but information alone is not enough for a good discussion. You may get lots of information, but the quality of a democratic debate is highly complex, not easy to ensure. You may discuss, you may be also consulted as a citizen, and then we go beyond classical representative democracies where you have just every 4 years, every 7 years, if you have a representation system, that's when you make your voice heard. But then you should be able to make your voice heard every day. And then when you don't have the ability to make decisions, that's more complex. And many participatory systems don't enable all the scales. And then after a decision is made, what do you do, right? There's a whole there's many different participation levels, and in many cases, it has no effect in practice because the scale, the ladder, happens just in one of the rungs or one of the steps, right? And so information may not be clear. Or when you control what happens later, how you execute or put that in place. And then what you have symbolic participation. We seem to participate, but there's no real participation, just an appearance of participation. And then you have many frustrations to citizens. The author, Einstein is the author. I can send that name. It's called Arstein. It's the first that discusses participation. So Arstein was the first that had this system of participation dating back to 1969. That's when she published that book, if I'm not mistaken. Challenge number 3. This is participation with many different forms of expression in Latin America. For instance, you have original cultures, aboriginal cultures. They have very interesting ways of participation, collective decision-making, and a very intense collective life that has nothing to do with Western democracy. And these are not widely known. And then you need to go to parliament. Okay, but this will be discussed in our community. That's what takes place in many participation systems, and people are not aware of this. And then you have more recent traditions, like in Brazil, which has become a benchmark to the world. When you think about participatory budgets in Brazil, in the south of Brazil first, and then it spread throughout the country. Brazilians may not even be aware of that, but that has made a global impact. Many people wanted to imitate or to model many of Brazil's participatory budget making. And we have great examples during the pandemic. We have more recent experiences. And then there was a more recent development, wonderful things that have took place during the pandemic. We have many different reports. Participation in the digital world was key. People were hungry, so you had solidarity networks on WhatsApp, for instance, to help provide food to these people. I could give you more examples. I don't have time. My greatest concern is that you have people that storm a capital, or in Brazil as well, right? The seat of government in Brazil was also stormed. And we have many people, taking to the streets, participating and protesting. There's a lot to think, right? How do we understand, how do we see participation? There are all different ways of participating. They're all valid, and we need to understand them all and really, open up our minds and go beyond that arson ladder. But a social fabric is more complex, of course. Now, challenge number 4. How can we how can we make our contributions rich, complex, and articulated? And I go back to my initial idea that a good debate is more important than decision, but without decision, you don't have effective participation. There's countries such as mine that have a long tradition of public referenda submitting important issues to the public, to the members of the public. So we are currently debating the reform of our pension or retirement system. So how workers don't know whether they will vote for or against this retirement system reform, the pension system reform. It's a very complex system. How we can strike a balance? I mean, the key to democratic participation is to strike a balance between participation that leads to quality of the participatory process. And then challenge 5, technology. Can technology help? Can digital technology help? When the internet was born, well, the internet is older, right? It dates back to the 70s, but when it became popular in the 90s, especially after 2000, the internet created an illusion of democracy. People believed that democracy would democratize society, it would make everything democratic, and that people could post their words, their text. In other words, we wouldn't need a communication media to publish anything anymore. Everyone had their own means for publishing their text. Well, that was an illusion. It's almost the opposite now. The internet pollutes, it contaminates democracy. This discussion on misinformation is just the opposite. How can we defend ourselves? How can we fight? How we can combat all this? These two things go hand in hand. I'm still one of the people that don't believe that the internet will make our lives democratic, but it will make, of course, democracy more present if it is used well. But I think we have lost this illusion, at least, of the internet, and it's not a problem. I think we were really illusioned. At least some people were excessively illusioned. But we haven't lost hope of using digital technology to optimize democratic processes. We're working with our partners and colleagues from Uruguay and people from other countries and places. I was talking to some of my colleagues that we have some good news. Brazil has just adopted a technology tool that was developed in Barcelona for its citizen participation processes. That's a great news. That's great news. We don't know whether it will be used, whether it will be highly productive. So far, there's not a culture of participation in Brazil, and that's what I'm trying to get at. I was giving an example of a public consultation about media that has just been launched. So these are the challenges that give us a greater context of more or less participation, more or less citizen involvement or engagement in this debate. We need to control public policies, and these are key issues. For information or misinformation become important to citizens. If people are not really don't care about politics, they just want their personal problems to be solved, then of course the value of true is very low. I apologize, we cannot hear the people in the audience asking questions. We can only hear when people speak on the microphone. That's exactly it. What you're saying is absolutely right, and the answer is what we need to ascribe a new meaning to is this, right? We shouldn't be we shouldn't be controlled by the worst of the internet. That's why we are here. And again, you should stress the development of our potential and the potential for democracy. And this goes hand in hand with everything else. That was my comment. Thank you. Thank you.
I think we have a ground zero to start the debate. Because just to organize the thinking a little bit, I think what Gabriel said here is the ground zero of the debate. It's after his speech, we can start to build something around disinformation, misinformation. Gracias. We have, it was my mistake, João. I like to quote that you were here, to cite that you were here since the beginning. But João Brandt is the currently Secretary for Digital Policies at the Ministry of Social Communications of the Brazilian presidency. It's a long title, but very important. I feel the country is in very good hands, on very good hands with João, because I follow his work since a long time ago, and he's the right person for the right position, but he has a very hot topic to work on it, and he's working with Mariana Filizola, who is there, who is the chief of the Department of Media Literacy of the Secretary, and Renato Flit. O que você faz, Renato? Só para eu te citar.
So what do you do, Renato? Coordination with Mariana?
Works with Mariana at the coordination. Desculpa, Renato, que eu não lembrava seu nome, mas eu sei que eu te conheço. And João, thank you so much, Mariana and Renato, to come here. It's very important for us to have you. So we're going to have now a perspective from the federal government, from the public policies in Brazil. The main challenges of the Brazilian federal government, only 7 months of work, the challenge should be enormous. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexandre. Thank you for the invitation. Cumprimento todos os meus colegas.
I acknowledge the presence of all the other speakers.
Has to do with the translation and the broadcasting of this activity, and so I will do that. But we can anyway translate any term that. Of course, the original terms are in Portuguese because our policy is based in Brazil, and so if you want to cite and to quote in some way, we can do that, and Mariana can help with that. I will start, maybe, sorry, do we have a clicker? Yeah. A bit of context in the Brazilian landscape, like disinformation, for us, it's very clear that it has been used as a strategic tool in the electoral process of both 2018 and 2022 presidential elections. There has been a significant deployment of disinformation tactics aimed at undermining COVID vaccination efforts with tragic effects, we can say. We must mention that disinformation and other logistical assistance have been provided to extremist actions wherein multiple tiers of disinformation have played a crucial role that led to the criminal acts that occurred on January 8th. What I mean here is we can't explain January 8th and the invasion of the palaces in Brazil without three waves of disinformation. And I think it's, for us, it's quite clear, but sometimes when we discuss January 8th, we look at the day or the days before and after, but we should look at the previous 2 years that can help explain that. And of course, that leads to the fact that addressing disinformation and the challenges posed by disinformation stand a paramount objective for the administration since the transition period. And we've been utilizing a rounded approach, a multifaceted approach, as it was mentioned, that actually tries to, at the same time, promote and tackle disinformation, but safeguard individual and collective rights on that. So we're basically, like the starting point for us this year, and we're gonna talk because this secretary that I'm leading is a new body in the administration, was we need to face the challenge of tackling disinformation, hate speech, and fake news, combining, of course, daily basis actions and a strategic communication approach to a more policy and regulation responses to these challenges. Then developing a national strategy for media education and literacy, formulating sustainability policy for journalism in the digital environment, ensuring protection of vulnerable populations in the digital realm, and promoting multilateral governance and defense of democracy internationally. So that's basically a hard menu, as Alexandre was mentioning. Like the title is big just because the challenges are so many that we have to put them as a part of the title. And of course, we're talking of these specific challenges along with bridging the digital divide, all the challenges that were already mentioned here on the significant access to internet, and nurturing digital citizenship and public service in digital. So, of course, when we talk, and that's what I'm going to talk in this next slide, when I talk about a digital policy secretary at the Social Communication Ministry, we're talking about a part of that, right? I mean, the intersection between digital realm and the information environment, and the challenge related to that. So we're not talking to all the agenda of digital transformation. Digital transformation is something that maybe today encompass 18 ministries in the Brazilian administration. But one of our competencies is to promote policy for tackling disinformation and hate speech, and we've been, like maybe the main 4 lines of action are really digital services regulation and policy, along with Ministry of Justice and others, media literacy initiatives, along with Ministry of Education and others, sustainability policy for journalism in the digital environment, and improving protection of individual and collective rights. This is maybe a kind of core part of the Brazilian administration initiative to tackle disinformation, but we have others, and the others are, if you talk about AGU, like the Advocacia Geral da União, the Attorney General's Office, they created the National Solicitor's Office for the Defense of Democracy, and it was a special unit for promoting and bringing cases of defense of democratic institutions, for the integrity of federal public actions, for the protection of public functions and against disinformation, and about federal public policies. There has been a big polemic on that in January when they launched this initiative, but I think the facts are now clear that this unit is very proactive in promoting well-established and good initiatives for protecting public policy and not creating any kind of problem or censorship-alike kind of action. It's not something against the opposition or whatever it has been discussed in January. It's something to protect public policy against vaccination, public policy on information environment, and etc. So we have also the Ministry of Justice acting upon fraudulent information that may cause harm to consumers. They have a special unit to consumer protection, and co-leading with us the debate on regulation of digital services. And we have the Ministry of Human Rights that launched an alliance with civil society and researchers to promote educational initiatives against hate speech. It's something quite related to our debate here, though not directly related to disinformation. I want to bring a case, an example of something that we're doing in the last months, and that I think it's part of the concretization of what we're, we're thinking and acting on tackling disinformation. So we created an alliance to disinformation against vaccination. Vaccination, Brazil has a very strong background and history of vaccination. We use it to have big figures, numbers of children vaccination, but in the last years, we have been seeing and watching a decrease in this coverage of public vaccination. Sorry? Factors. Yeah, we can, that would be a good discussion, but I would, in our view, there are at least three. One is the investment in public campaigns. The other one is disinformation, and we have a clear correlation between disinformation increase and vaccination decrease, although causality is always a big debate on causality. But we also have a third factor related to the way communication on vaccination related to COVID was done. But that's, I would say, that's an important but separate debate. And what we're trying to do is to understand what are all the tools and the strategies that the government has in hand to act against disinformation. So we gathered 5 ministries, SECOM, ourselves, Ministry of Health, AGU, how do you say, the Attorney's Office, Ministry of Justice, and the Office of the Comptroller General. And we're doing a pilot experiment on using a comprehensive approach with indefinite duration and an action plan based on 7 strategies, which are intelligence, articulation, strategic communication, regulation and agreements with platforms, education and training for health public officers, investigation and liability, and strategic litigation. We probably will have a public launch of this plan. The plan is already being deployed, so it's not only a plan, it's something that it's already happening, but it's something that it's, for us, it's a pilot of a comprehensive approach that can be taken to other topics as well. We also have the creation of a national strategy for media education that is being led by Mariana, who is here. And we're working on the promotion of media literacy in basic education through collaboration with the Ministry of Education. Then there are some news to be launched soon on figures and targets, like, I mean, how do you say metas in the sense? Like indicators. Yeah, goals, specific goals for promoting media literacy, because today it's written in the basic curriculum, but it's not a fact yet that media literacy is not deployed as a strategy in a federal perspective. Of course, we have very good initiatives basically pushed and promoted by civil society organizations like the ones that are here represented, and a work of different initiatives, NGOs and alliances, but it's not taken as a public policy comprehensively. So We have also the development of a guide for the responsible use of screens and digital devices by children and adolescents, the initiative for funding media literacy projects, strategic partnerships with universities and federal institutes, dissemination of media literacy content, and international partnerships for the exchange of technical knowledge in formulating public policies in the field. This is all part of that is already being deployed. Part of that is a plan for the 2 years that we've finished in 2 months ago. There has been a public consultation about the media literacy strategy that has been 418 contributions for that. Probably like the report of this public consultation is being launched this week or the next one. And the new document that is already, the new version of the document will be launched in October in a special event that we're discussing how to do it, but probably a week on that is being built with civil society partners here. Finally, we have this bill that people in Brazil know as fake news bill, though it's not properly a fake news bill, but it's a kind of digital services bill. It's Bill 2630 that brings transparency and due process measures for content moderation, establish platform subsidiary liability in case of ads and paid for content, bring the idea that it's in the DSA of systemic risk analysis on civic and electoral issues. I'm just focusing on the things related to disinformation, along with mitigation obligations and external audit related to that. That's a different chapter that we could discuss, but we don't have time just to mention. Disinformation will be object of a code of conduct, and that also the provision of data retention of removed content to enable judicial proof. These are just like highlights of the bill. The bill is being discussed in Congress, will probably be approved in the House in the next month or two, I would say. So that was an attempt to bring to you a comprehensive approach to disinformation that we are promoting since the beginning of the year, and I'm here to also to respond to any doubts and discuss with you. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, João. Well, Marco just came from Ecuador, which the situation, the political situation is not the best one in our continent. As you saw on the news, you have one candidate shot to death by 30 shots. The other was attempted. But we have now a second round. Did you read the news? The second round for the election, just decided now. And I'm lucky to be your friend, to have you here, because your work is tremendously important there. Marcos Paredes is chief of the Communication Observatory, ODECOM, of the Pontifical Catholic University of Ecuador. So he's doing research on misinformation and democracy too. And he's going to present ODECOM outcomes, a quick overview on misinformation and democracy in Ecuador. Marcos, thanks for your effort to come. I know it was not easy because the election was yesterday. He voted and go to the plane to be with us. And it is obligatory there. It's compulsory. So thank you, Marco, and the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. It's my PPT. I want to start to be thanking to the all team of the organization, especially Victor and Alexander. Thank you. My PPT is writing in English, but speak Spanish. Okay. Quiero agradecerles.
I'd like to thank everyone for being in this great event. It's been amazing to learn so much from our colleagues here. And I'd like to tell you a little bit, before I formally begin my presentation, about what our observatory is. Many of our colleagues in Ecuador had always talked about what was going on, why people are having some considerations about democracy. And afterwards, we had, after these conversations, we created this observatory, which will now celebrate its third anniversary. But we have had many discussions, and we've been able to produce a lot of information through what we are doing. And why do we need it? Well, a society without data cannot function. So it's about talking about how people understand data and how well they use new technologies. It's also important to understand that communication and education are not only a social phenomenon, because they also happen in how people connect to each other, how they use their devices or their social networks, and why. And here we have an important conclusion. People are now consuming digital content. What this means is that they're not only getting informed, or they're not only producing information, they're also producing information. Social media allows this now, and that's why we have so many new networks, which increasingly have in their algorithms a factor involving producing content. TikTok is a major example of that. What that means is that people or society are now finding different ways to communicate with each other. I strongly believe in the fact that nearly all societies, and this has been recorded in all of Latin America, people want to get informed and communicate through memes. Memes are not only funny images, they have evolved. Memes now use videos. Videos are a kind of meme. TikTok allows us to have video and audio about things that we see around us and build a new narrative. For new generations and for old generations as well, memes transcend time. This is an important factor in how we consume content. And it will also affect how we understand democracy, as we'll see later on. How many or what devices do we use? We have devices with us everywhere, right? All the time. From phones to computers to tablets. This is all a hyper-connected system. And this is a word I'd like you to remember: hyperconnection, hyperconnectivity. So we connect to a Wi-Fi data network, and this gives us access to the internet so that we can get informed and communicate through networks or in different ways. According to the latest study we had in Ecuador, we saw that internet and connectivity are replacing analog communication networks. People no longer have to pay per minute as they did before. Before, people had limitations on data, but now we are no longer as limited, because being connected and how digital platforms work are now different. Now we get unlimited minutes because almost no one uses phone calls anymore, and now they're charging per megabyte. So this changed the market, and it also changes how we access communications, information, and the possibility of participating in our social groups. And above all, what kind of opinions are we looking for with everything we have around us? In a social network, we can have discussions and publish comments, and they also allow something dangerous. We can read comments from non-validated or unvalidated users. This is on the rise. Over 63% of digital users on social media like Twitter or X and other platforms are not verified. They cannot be verified, meaning that they can generate bridges, political bridges for some purposes with fake content. And why is it necessary? Society builds or destroys its reality based on the information that it accesses. So we currently have some ideas, or we create our own concepts on what we see based on the information we see online. So when I have new students, whether they are undergraduates or grad students, I always ask them to Google my name. Even if you don't believe it, we're all there. Once you publish a picture on Facebook or Instagram or any other platform, you're handing over your ownership of that image to the platform, to the world of the internet. Even if you delete it, even if you delete that picture of you with your ex, it's still going to be there. So you might delete it from your networks, but they will still be public. That's why that's what we agree to when we have terms of use. And post-truth is also a very important concept because it can only be possible in a digitalized and interconnected world. It's almost as if almost like Bauman described, something that is adaptable. It's changing. And Gabriel's mentioned something interesting. People build their idea of democracy, and they're no longer interested in what democracy means as long as it services their needs. And that's why in the digital world, since there's no control over what politicians say, political campaigns are based on that. In Latin America, over 93% of campaigns have been focused on offering information to people or offering services, and they analyze data on what people are discussing in the digital world. And they say, for example, in Ecuador, one of the presidential candidates was assassinated 2 weeks ago. That made the headlines around the world. It was terrible, and people were asking for security, and that's what candidates started offering. One candidate even dressed up some trucks to pretend that they were part of the police, and he said that, from the next day after the elections, that's what the police was going to be. He just used animation with guns showing, what devices the police would use. So, of course, he didn't win, but he was very close. So that's how we're building our realities. This is post-truth, and that's what's so dangerous today. Odecom, since it was created, seeks this. It wants to promote an informed society. This is our highest value, looking at communication, that we want to promote. With an informed society, as was said before, we will have a much more solid base for what we built, because we're basing ourselves on the information that people receive. But this also has further implications. Verified information. I would say that the challenge that we will have in the next 10 or 15 years in Latin America, and here I'll include Central America, is the ability that people will have to verify the information they receive.
For all the networks and platforms, then they will change too. So how you can compare and learn to compare information and to check information, because you have all the media, everything is out there, right? And it's not easy. In addition, the same news starts replicating on WhatsApp and other platforms, Instagram, TikTok, and others. TikTok was used for other purposes, but now it's being used for this purpose too. So how can we check all of that? How do we know what is true and what isn't? It's not easy. We have a project which is called Crisis and Disenchantment, or disappointment with democracy in Latin America that's being developed in many universities throughout Latin America. We are building a barometer similar to, or in addition to Latin barometer, not because Latin barometer is bad, but we are now seeking a more transparent notion with indicators from every country. The idea is to see how people understand democracy. In Ecuador, for instance, over 73% of society wants to go back to dictatorship. The dictatorship in Ecuador was not as traumatic as in other Latin American countries. But again, this means what we see is that people in Latin America, for some reason that is still unknown, you need to further investigate, they still look for dictatorial governments which just, with strong words can just, tidy up the house, if you will, organize things. And this is something, there's another important discovery, is that democracy is a perception that is built a long time based on information and the information that was communicated by the media, historically and also today digitally. Something that we found in Ecuador was that this constructed perception is now wearing off or being undermined because of this intoxication that we have in the digital world. We know the government doesn't work, the government is bad. That's the kind of news that you see, and people are tired of all this. And they're also guilty or to blame because we don't compare information. We infoxicate, if you will, and end up in this vicious circle. Why is this dangerous? Ecuadorian society is really vulnerable to the idea of changing their ideas on democracy. We have a controlled simulation with 1,500 cases. We started showing information to people to see if they change their perception of the government. In 5 days' time, with the information that were information that was on this controlled media, they changed their ideas on democracy. In other words, we are really vulnerable, and that's something to be alert, because a good part of society is changeable. They can change their ideology, their ideas as a result of media exposure. We also had a simulation on religion, so people they started even doubting the religion they practice from the context they were exposed to and the information that they received. This means we are going back to a construction and deconstruction system of the media, and this makes information and the ability to get information is dangerous. Right now, what we have in our observatory, we have 4 major topics to investigate in. So you can get my contact information at the end of this presentation. It's great to hear from you, to find out what you are doing. We are now developing a project to create an instrument, an app, really. It's an app. The idea is to create artificial intelligence based on fact-checking. We will feed our algorithm so that the algorithm can compare false information automatically. And this will generate constant ongoing reports on the news, and this will generate trending topics or create trends within the social media. This project is being conducted in partnership with Portugal, India, Spain, and the United Kingdom. You can also participate. We are currently mapping hate speech in social media. If you look up my name on Google, you'll find all the articles and papers and data that is available. And we also discuss hate speech with regard to indigenous peoples. In Ecuador, we had two major protests against the government that were fed by bots with hate speech on digital platforms like Facebook and Twitter. This on the one hand, and then on the other hand, what were people trying to do? They wanted people to vote against the government. And 93% of all these conversations had some degree, some level of hate speech. Indigenous people fighting against capitalism, and capitalism fighting against indigenous views. And this led to a situation of turmoil and chaos in Quito, the capital of Ecuador, with fires and robbery. Protests in Latin America are currently organized in social media. So social environments and social media are now platforms for both information and disinformation, those that are against the government or for the government. And will also be discussing the perception of democracy, and we are mapping the media to find out how or what the media are doing, and also media ecology and media narratives. In conclusion, I think I'm running out of time. I just like to leave a reflection, some food for thought to you. And this is about theory. We human beings, we are concerned about wars, about weapons. We are concerned about the fact that nuclear weapons can make humankind disappear. However, the greatest war started years ago, and that was the war of information and the media. The new world order will not be a result of weapons, of arms, but rather of media and information. The ability of the media from a political perspective, now also of the government, making us believe in one version or maybe another. And in these versions, there's always a good part and one bad part, and we should also be on the side of the good part. So we should learn that everything that is built in our digital world, let's everyone participate actively rather than reactively in our society. Thank you.
Thank you, Marco Lopes Paredes. Solamente, João, vai ficar com a gente hoje até que horas, mais ou menos, só para eu dizer para você. Até as 4. Que bom. Então, we're going to have João, Mariana, and Renato, I think, until 4. And tomorrow, Mariana and probably Renato will help us with the hackathon. So they're going to mentor some group for the hackathon, okay? So for a long time, I was debating with Cristina, this great economist and professor and dean of the success of the students here at ESPM, about the economic impacts of this information. I was very curious about this. And I thought probably one day we're going to be a chance for you to present this to us. And the day is today. So welcome and thank you very much. It's your turn.
I will. I was asked to make a speech in English, but no, I don't have presentation. I would like to speak in Portuguese as a Brazilian voice, at least one, because our colleague spoke in English to be more accessible. So, como a última pessoa falar.
As the last person to speak, there's usually little to contribute. I believe, however, that there are some elements, some issues that I'd like to discuss about to give you some direction to these discussions. The name of this conference is Information Economy as a Public Good. So what is a public good? A public good in economics is a good that cannot be distributed, sold, commercialized on the market. A private good is one that you can do so. you can produce, distribute, and provide access to. A typical example of a public good is justice. Today, for example, or national security, or during an attack, you cannot separate those that paid and those that didn't pay. Everyone will be protected. That's a public good. There's no separation, no discrimination, or segregation. No. Some other goods that can be private, but we want them to be public, are what we call half public goods: education and healthcare. Information, we also want it to be a public good. But information is, in fact, a private good. And what we see today in the digital world is a great challenge. As we have the internet and all the networks, now access to information could be public, could be free. But the way we do business today has been changing. The possibilities that technology provides. So how do you take that technology over? You can do it well or badly. There are many possibilities. Today, in economics, we have two other concepts about economic goods and also that are now created as with new technology and information. We have two concepts: rival goods and excluding goods. Rival goods are those that if you have it, no one else does. A non-rival good is information. I may have information, you may have information, another person may have information, and there's no clash. Now, excluding goods, they refer to access. So, at the beginning, we had a huge amount of information that could be accessed by everyone on the net. Now, technology has been creating ways of excluding access. Just if you're logged or you cannot have a screenshot to share something. In other words, mechanisms are created to monetize that good or that piece of information. And why is that? Because this is how we compete. We have been discussing democracy. I'd now like to talk about competition. Competition is also a value. And the new ways, the new technology, they came about to create innovation at new markets, create more well-being. But the way that these technologies are taken, appropriated, they need to concentration in the market. And that's a pattern. Not everyone has access to technology. Our technology tends to be expensive. They require investing. And there's a lack of regulation. And this discussion, I think, is very important. At the ESPM school, we had John Van Dyck, who gave a great presentation on governance, information governance. And what he showed was a U.S. discussion in an European discussion too. And so I thought about the need for a discussion in Brazil on regulation of these digital platforms, how business takes place on these digital platforms. Brazil is a country that is challenged by huge economic gaps, a lot of economic inequality. And although Brazil is also almost the size of a whole continent, and that has the possibility of growing economically and developing, Brazil is a very poor country in spite of that. So we need possibilities of developing economically and also to be integrated into the economic global system, having a great position there. But then, as we have no regulation of digital platforms for investors and consumers alike, what is the consequence of that? We are having very perverse or fierce competition environments. We could create integrated platforms in Latin America, but as you have seen, we speak different languages in Latin America. Although we have many challenges, there's a lot of difficulty integrating Latin American markets. We now have a new currency, right, the BRICS, to make it easier for Latin American integration. But what information do we have about our markets or how we purchase and pay? What are the consumer rights that we have if we buy goods from other Latin American countries and bring them to Brazil? Before you regulate these new ways of competing in market integration, all we have is the Chinese markets that are now, dominating the market, changing the way we produce and buy and sell and consume goods. This is something we should be investigating. There's another point. So, in summary, we should be taking or appropriating a environment that in theory should be neutral, but in fact isn't. And we are creating mechanisms that are doing things the way that was the old way of exclusion, of excluding people. And then at the same time, there's no integration, no perspective of integrating regional markets, which could be strategically important for economic growth and for reducing inequality. Another important point is, when you're discussing technology, is that this is a public, technical, and media space that changed our social interaction. As a result, today, it's much more about how you show up, how you identify yourself, and who you follow. And at the same time, there's little in no mediation or no relationship with that which is contradictory. There's a quote by Adam Smith that I love, and he says, "It's not about the goodness of the baker or brewer or butcher, but it's we can expect that from their interest. In other words, everyone's interests by means of market mechanisms. This needs to collective social well-being." And it seems rather reasonable when you see that everyone's interests are there. So people from different religions, from different countries are helping each other out. But in the media space, well, this is not a space for collaboration. Rather than that, it's for separation, unlike what you see in the market. So your own interest is just reaffirmed in the perspective, from the perspective of the others that you follow. And why is that so? Well, in my view, there's a lack of what we call human capital. There's not enough human capital, and that also leads to the impossibility of convergence of investment worldwide. And let me explain this better.
There's a lot of inequality between countries. There are countries that have less technological capital, and they should be more attractive for investments in that area because they should have higher levels of profit. But as a general rule, this is not happening. We don't see that investments are distributed equally because there's inequality in human capital. So you don't have the same returns for your investments, which makes education play a strategic role for economic growth. When we look at education, and education today is being challenged, right? You have to take people to a different way of how education and information is distributed. So it is also a roadblock for economic development. It's also a roadblock for markets preventing markets from growing. So that's another important aspect as well. Media education makes platforms and communication methods cooperative spaces as the market should work, including different interests and having a common goal, which is distributing and circulating goods and services. This asymmetry in information is another aspect that I'd like to draw your attention to. When I'm saying this, I'm drawing attention not only to the fact that some people will have information and others won't, but another thing I'd like to highlight is this. We talk about inclusion very frequently, and we often talk about media literacy considering vulnerable people, but non-vulnerable people also need media literacy. This week, we're having a very important debate on an investigation on what happened with Lojas Americanas in Brazil. One of the issues involved in this scandal, besides information being manipulated to hide some accounting practices that were very questionable, is the fact that the way in which it was communicated to the market, despite following the rights that were required in how it was communicated to the market, used communication methods that were also questionable and are being questioned. So it was an experienced CEO who complied with the market rules but didn't use digital methods to communicate this information. So when we talk about media education, we're not only discussing people who are vulnerable, we're talking about everyone. That's a common good that must be valued and looked at, even for people who have the experience and the educational background. So it's very challenging. Finally, I don't want to bore you. I'd just like to conclude saying, reading this small text. I asked ChatGPT to help me to write a conclusion to my talk, and I gave it a few guidelines. Yes, I mentioned the investigation on Lojas Americanas. There was a scandal last year where the CEO of the company, after being in the position for 9 days, found what we call an accounting fraud. And he spoke out through a notice to the market, allowing large and small shareholders to have the same access to information, and then decide if they would continue investing in the company or if they would sell them. Although it was communicated correctly, he considered it to be important why this communication should be made. And when this was done in the digital environment, then he started being questioned because the access to those digital channels was not public. It was not accessible to all. So there was some information bias or asymmetries. So that's what we're talking about. I wouldn't say it was a mistake. I'm saying that he's being questioned for it. So we're going to have to see how this will be judged. And the fact is that he did communicate it. Maybe he will be condemned for having communicated it, but we'll see how it will develop. It's very interesting because it's taking place this week. So I'd like to invite you to watch the news and so that we can see how this is going to take place together. I wouldn't say it would prevent him, but he might have created a better, or at least a strategy that wasn't so questionable, and then maybe he wouldn't be questioned. So I think that's absolutely important, not only for the most vulnerable, but also for people who are more experienced. ChatGPT was very helpful. It wrote a very generic text, as it usually does, saying, in a time in which information flows are more complex, understanding the nuance of information as a public good is essential. The principles of scarcity, markets, and the distinction between public and private goods are still guided by the economy. Nothing new so far. However, the digital era has presented new challenges and opportunities requiring our economic structures to adapt. In dealing with information asymmetries, ensuring ethic management of information and promoting transparency. By doing that, societies can make use of the true economic potential of information while protecting their well-being. I thought this was a perfect ending, so I've included it in my talk, something that was written by ChatGPT, not me.
Cristina, thank you very much. Listen, as we're going to stay 2 days together, you have the entire space in room to ask them personally questions too, during the coffee break, after the second panel, tomorrow. And so I think I will have a break now for the coffee break because it was so intense and so depth. I'd like to thank you so much for all the speeches, but then as soon as we go back, we can talk during the coffee break. As soon as we go back, we can address some questions for the second round because we have 5 more speakers. They're going to put more information and more view for us. And for those who are online, I have a question here from Trinidad and Tobago, the island. Yeah. Do you know Trinidad and Tobago? It's a Caribbean island really close to South America. I will keep this question kicking, and then we answer on our way back, okay? Who feel more comfortable. Actually, it's from Wesley Gibbons from Trinidad and Tobago. It's a very wide question. We need a lot of time to answer. But what are the specific challenges of AI to democracy and development? He was reading some reports, and he said that the latest reports, and this is a subject that I master on, so I follow this. He's saying that the impact on the labor market will not be so hard that we are thinking that will be. So we need to think about it. But Wesley, please keep yourself tuned because on the way back we answer, okay? So Marcelo, is Marcelo here? So I don't know where the coffee break is, but you're gonna follow Caio. Okay. Okay. So for those who are online, we are back in 15 minutes. Voltamos em 15 minutos, tá bom?
We'll be back in 15 minutes.
Thank you very much for the panelists. A round of applause.
instead. Now here you go again. You say you want your freedom. Well, who am I to keep you down? It's only right that you should play the way you feel it. But listen carefully to the sound of your loneliness, like a heartbeat drives you mad. In the stillness of remembering what you had and what you lost and what you had and what you lost. Thunder only happens when it's raining. Players only love you when they're playing. Women, they will come and they will go. Yeah. When the rain washes you clean, you will know. You know. Now here I go again. I see the crystal vision. I keep my visions to myself. It's only me who wants to wrap around your dream. And have you any dreams you'd like to sell? Dreams of loneliness, like a heartbeat drives you mad. And the stillness of remembering what you had and what you lost and what you had and what you lost. Thunder only happens when it's raining. Players only love you when they're playing. Say women, they will come and they will go. Yeah. When the rain washes you clean, you will know. You will know. When you are ready, I will surrender. Take me and do as you will. What you want, your way is always the best way. I have succumbed to this passive sensation, peacefully falling away. I am the zombie your wish will command me. Laugh as I fall to my knees. Bring it back, sing it back, bring it back, sing it if you have been tempted by fruit hanging ripe on the tree. And I feel useless, don't care what the truth is. You will be, here comes the day. Truth, do you hear me? Don't try to come near me. So tired, I sleep through the lie. If you desire to lie here beside me, come to my sweet melody. Whoa. Bring it back, sing it back, bring it back, sing it back to me. Bring it back, sing it back, bring it back, sing it back to me.
take you for a ride. I had a premonition that we fell into the rhythm, but music don't stop for life. Glitter in the sky, glitter in my eyes, shine just the way I like. If you're feeling like you need a little bit of company, you make me in the perfect time. You want me, I want you, baby, my sugar boo. I'm levitating, the Milky Way, we're renegading, yeah, 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 yeah. I got you, moonlight, you're my starlight. I need you all night, come on, dance with me. I'm levitating, you, moonlight, you're my starlight. I need you all night, come on, dance with me. I'm levitating, I believe that you're for me. I feel it in your energy, I see yours written in the stars. We can go wherever, so it's to and now, whenever, baby, nothing's ever, ever too far. Glitter in the sky, glitter in your eyes, shine just the way we are. I feel like we're forever every time that we're together, wherever, let's get lost, Mars. You want me, I want you, baby, my sugar boo. I'm levitating, the Milky Way, we're renegading, yeah, 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 yeah. I got you, moonlight, you're my starlight. I need you all night, come on, dance with me. I'm levitating, you, moonlight, you're my starlight. I need you all night, come on, dance with me. You can fly away with me tonight. You can fly away with me tonight. Baby, let me take you for a ride. You can fly away with me tonight. You can fly away with me tonight. Baby, let me take you for a ride. Yeah, 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 yeah. Love is like a rocket with your blast off. I'm feeling so electric, that's what I saw. Living if I want you like a concert. Yeah, 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 yeah. Love is like a rocket with your blast off. And I'm feeling so electric, that's my ass off. And living if I want you like a concert. Yeah, 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 yeah. You want me, I want you, baby, my sugar boo. I'm levitating, the Milky Way, we're renegading, yeah, 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 yeah. I got you, moonlight, you're my starlight. I need you all night, come on, dance with me. I'm levitating, you, moonlight, you're my starlight. I need you all night, come on, dance with me. We must have been stone crazy when we thought we were just friends. 'Cause I miss you, baby, and I've got those feelings again. I guess I'm all confused about you. I feel so in love, oh baby, what can I do? I've been thinking about you. about you. I wanna know. I feel so in love, oh baby. What can I do? I've been thinking about you. I've been thinking about you. I've been thinking about you. And I'm feeling good. Birds flying high, you know how I feel. Sun in the sky, you know how I feel. Breeze drifting on by, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. And I'm feeling good. Feeling good. Fish in the sea, you know how I feel. River running free, you know how I feel. Blossom on the tree, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. And I'm feeling good. Feeling good. Dragonflies all in the sun, you know what I mean, don't you know? Butterflies all having fun, you know what I mean. I'm sleeping peace when they start. That's what I mean. And this old world is a new world and a bold world for me. And I'm feeling good. Stars when you shine, you know how I feel. Scent of a pine, you know how I feel. Freedom, it's mine, and I know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. And I'm feeling good. And I'm feeling good.
Let's make love tonight, baby. I'm hot just like an oven. I need some loving, baby. I can't hold it much longer. It's getting stronger and stronger. When I get that feeling, I want sexual healing, sexual healing. Oh baby, makes me feel so fine. Helps to relieve my mind. Oh, sexual healing, baby, is good for me. Sexual and my emotional stability is leaving me. There is something I can do. I can get on the telephone and call you up, baby. Baby, I got sick this morning. A sea was storming inside of me. And baby, I think I'm capsizing. The waves are rising and rising. And when I get that feeling, I want sexual healing. Sexual healing, baby. It's good for me. Well, it's good for me. So good to be my baby. Oh, come take control. Grab a hold of my body and mind. Soon we'll be making it, honey. Get up, get up, get up. Let's make love tonight. Sexual.
Did a full 180, crazy, thinking about the way I was. Did the heartbreak change me? Maybe, but look how I ended up. I'm all good already, so move on, it's scary. I'm not where you left me at all. So if you don't wanna see me dancing with somebody, oh no no. If you wanna believe that anything can stop me, don't show up, don't come out, don't start caring about me now. Walk away.
For this part. Hope you had a nice coffee during the break. Hi again, everyone. So we are back for the second round of debate. So it's my pleasure to introduce you to our incredible speakers for this part. So I will introduce all of them, and they will start their exposition on topics selected by us together. So we have with us Patricia Blanco, who is the Executive President of Palavra Aberta Institute. We have also, please, yes, so they can see you. So we have also Julio César Mateus, who is a professor and researcher at the University of Lima, Peru. We also have our Brazilian fellow, Cristina Tardáguila, who is the founder of Lupa Initiative. We also have Leonardo Campos, who is the head of acquisitions and licensing in the Fundação Roberto Marinho, and also Julio Gaitan, who is the director of the Internet and Society Center of the University de Rosario, Universidad de Rosario, sorry, my Spanish, from Colombia. So thank you for joining us, and I am looking forward for this debate. So we start the presentations with Patricia Blanco, who will talk about media education, enhancing digital citizenship. So please, Patricia, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm going to start in English, but I'm going to switch to Portuguese because I have only 10 minutes to speak about Educamedia, and if I talk in English, we will not able to keep on my time. So, muito bom dia a todos.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning to all who are here and those that are at home. I need to stand up. I cannot speak sitting. I apologize. I have this problem. Anyway, I'd like to present what we have been doing in Educamedia since it was founded in 2019. The idea, our objective is to disseminate and to train teachers in media education. Palavra Aberta, the Palavra Aberta Institute is a non-profit organization that defends freedom of thought, expression, freedom of speech, and also press freedom. And since 2014, we are now supporting and defending media education as a right of citizens and as a value that is vital to creating a more pluralistic, diverse, and equal society that can exercise its freedom of speech fully. We believe in media education as a right for citizens, a right of the people, in a way of building that citizenship. When people know how to read the information that they get, when they know how to produce and acquire the skills that are needed to produce and use media spaces, communication spaces ethically and responsibly, they'll be better able to participate in a democracy without disseminating hate speech or misinformation, having a much more respectful citizen in society. What Professor Kaplun said about the quality of participation was, in my opinion, very interesting. We need to help citizens to exercise their democratic participation with much more power. In Palavra Aberta Institute, we have 4 major projects. Educamedia, Educamedia 60+, for elderly citizens. Fake to Fora was a project that started last year to combat misinformation during the elections last year. And this was a project that will be ongoing. And it goes much beyond media education. It's also about democracy education. And then Conhecer para Defender, know to defend. It's been there since 2018. The idea is to acknowledge the importance of journalism for citizens, to see journalism as a tool for people to get more information and learn things better, and then, of course, defend journalism as a tool for democracy. Even if you want to criticize something, you need to know how things work. So criticizing the press without knowing how the press works, this just reinforces that this process of making communication media less credible. So Educamedia was founded in 2019. The idea was to train teachers in media education. The idea, again, was to use the possibilities of Brazil's base curriculum already had for promoting digital education, media education in Brazil's school curricula. So we have our advocacy, also teacher development, teacher training, and also curriculum resources with class plans and other educational resources that can be used in schools. Media education, in our view, is a way of accessing information in the right way. We have this chart that we call the mandala of media education. So we have first critical reading of information, analyzing information, how you interpret information, how you do qualified searching, and then the writing axis. So we're all prosumers, right? Someone mentioned this idea. We're both producers and consumers of information. So we need to know how we make our digital presence into an influence, how I use the tools that are available to communicate better. And then the third axis, which for me is also extremely important, is of participation, of citizen participation. Our greatest challenge in this project, Educamedia, was what we call go big, go wide. In other words, to scale up nationwide. And we defined a go big, go wide strategy as the promotion and production of materials that are flexible for teachers everywhere in the state of São Paulo or the state of Amazon to use that material in their classes with their groups, respecting local characteristics. Also, to grow a network of what we call trainers or multipliers, so that these trainers and multipliers help disseminate media education. And there's a third axis, which is the one of providing support to policymakers, so that media education can really be present in classrooms and other educational contexts. So we have the Department of Media Education, have João Maria Nentato, and they saw the need for us having a way of making media education broadly present in Brazil. Our goals include providing support to policymakers, also develop or design curricula in Brazil's base or core curricula, and also integration and with technology providing materials and resources that can be used everywhere, and then diversity. In other words, to promote debates and discussions on intolerance, how to fight hate speech. We're working with the Ministry of Human Rights and the National Policy for Human Rights, on human rights, helping media education, or using this layer of media education to help fight hate speech. And then there's another secretariat, I don't know the name, it's the Secretariat of the Department of what's the acronym? SBDIP. So we have a primer to combat violence in schools. That's what we did. So what do? We have a center with 35 facilitators, and we train other teachers. It's a train the trainers project. We have a core team that helps us disseminate that knowledge. And this is based on an MOOC course. That's a course for multipliers, a 30-hour course. We're starting our 11th edition. So we have 14 facilitators to monitor these teachers. We have 24 hours of work together with 4 online meetings, and then we provide mentorship for their final project. This chart, we're very proud of it. It shows our training in the first half of 2023. We have 1,000 selected participants that represented 27 states and 467 cities throughout Brazil. So we see all these little spots in Roraima, Acre. You see how we are populating Brazil with Educa Media multipliers that can really advocate for media education. I'm already running out of time, so I'll be faster now. These are some of the activities that we do, seminars, and also participation in events like the one that was held in Rio de Janeiro at the Fundação Roberto Marinho, events with teachers, and also government organizations and others like SESC, and also Media Education Department. We have a partnership with them and the Ministry of Education. We've also been working with the Ministry of Education, and we now have international partnerships with Democracia Abierta in Chile, and we are a member of the Social Communication Council of Brazil's Congress. We also have partnerships with Brazilian states, with universities, and also development of other educational materials, primers, and we have a guidebook for education media, on education media. We have over 14,000 downloads. It's all free material. And we have also a guide for managers, school managers, and teachers for them to put in place media education in their classrooms. We have 17 partnerships in 17 state governments. So we train teachers in the in state schools, in public schools. Have 7,700 educators that have been reached in our training effort so far, with 300 certificates in the first half and 3.2 million students that were covered in the first half of 2023. And this is the network of our media educators. And this is our groundwork that lets us really have media education to advocate for citizenship. I was fast, sorry.
Thank you very much, Patricia. And I think that what you brought us, it gives us a great overview that media education we cannot achieve alone. So we see like partnerships with governments, universities, civil society organization, and this is very important for us to understand what kind of battle we're talking here. So thank you very much. And before I pass the floor to Julio Cesar Mateus, I will remind you that we are now talking about systemic responses and good practice. So what Patricia talked about give us a very good idea of good practice and good responses to disinformation. And also, just getting back to Wesley, who write us a question, and I will leave you with this question in mind in case you want to address in your speeches. So he's asking, what are the specific challenges of artificial intelligence to democracy and development? I know it's a broad question, but if you want to address this in your statement, so please feel free. And now I will pass the floor to Julio Cesar Mateus, who is going to talk about media literacy and press freedom in Peru.
Thank you very much for the invitation. I will also switch to Spanish for language diversity purposes. Estoy muy contento de que me hayan puesto en un panel cuyo...
I'm very happy to be a part of this panel with good practices and systemic responses. For Peru, unfortunately, there are few good practices and no systemic response. But this is just the beginning, and I think this is important to point out. A few years ago, we started fighting on many fronts to have media education, media literacy on our political agenda. It's been increasingly clear, and if you, in accordance with previous presentations and speakers, in addition to what you have in classrooms and teachers and students, if you don't have a structure and environment if you don't have a context that help that teacher develop good practices, they will be lost. They will not be consistent in this respect. I believe literature can help us organize the intervention and the presence we may have in many different countries. Some countries are more advanced from a standpoint of policies and strategies for media literacy. Other countries have some elements, some policies, but they're not well structured. And then we have other countries that have no policies or strategies. Now, from a country perspective, not all stakeholders feel they belong to the system. I have an anecdote to tell you. Last year, we held a media education conference, and we invited an organization that's called the House of Literature, Casa de la Literatura, that invites teachers to learn more about cinema, about movie language. And they asked, why are you inviting us to participate in a media education conference? Well, we told them, look, you do media education more than anyone else. So some of these initiatives as media education are not recognized as media education because they're not widely understood in our country. So number one is this. Our position or a consensus. There are three different levels. We have a regulatory level, that's a macro level that has to do with policies, government policies, or regulatory frameworks that mention media literacy. Then we have the institution level that can support citizens in the exercise of their citizen rights. And then it recognizes media literacy as a fundamental right now on a micro level throughout a person's life. That's number three. No one can state they're totally literate, totally media literate, because there's always new things coming up. And this, of course, changes information flows. So that's maybe the most important idea. Sometimes I ask my communication students, what do we do to send a WhatsApp message from point A to point B? When you send a voice message, what do you see? What is going on? There's an idea, some intuition of what it means to digitize, but there's no natural vocation to understand channels and processes. I'm not trying to say that if you are media literate, you need to be an IT engineer and you need to know all the details, but people need to have a basic notion of how the media works. And when I say how the media works, I'm not referring to the technical stuff alone. I'm also referring to the owners, right? Who are the owners? If Facebook or WhatsApp goes down, people complain as though they were drinking polluted water if this were one of their rights. But these are companies that provide a service.
This systemic outlook, I think, is missing so that we can understand this even from the research point of view. So there are 5 goals that I believe are essential, and we have to work on them. First is the social and political context. You can't talk about media literacy in contexts where there isn't even freedom of the press, where journalists and communication organizations are not seen as a part of the educational system. I don't know if this is the case here in Brazil, but it's pathetic to read some articles or watch news pieces on TV or radio and understand your country's educational level. So how do people speak? They show a picture of a teacher in a classroom in a formal setting, as if communication means we're unrelated to the quality of education in a country. So if communication means don't see themselves as a part of the educational environment, things won't advance. And then institutions. UNESCO always reminds us of their importance. How many public libraries are there? What is the role for museums? Are there institutions in this environment, and if they're not integrated to the ecosystem, that's also a mistake. We need to recognize what initiatives are being promoted for media education in the surrounding environment. And in public policies, some kind of support needs to be provided. Even financial support so that they can continue doing their work. And then technology gaps, institutional deficiencies need to be mentioned. We live in Latin America, so we know what that means. And of course, having a good a legal basis. So there's a political discourse that, I don't think there's any curriculum in the world that forgets about the technology's point of view. But this is usually seen as a tool. So for a teacher to bring this to the classroom, they get confusing because they believe that they need to teach people to operate, to use a technology tool, but not necessarily do you need to teach people to understand what that information system is like. So we're not talking about having too much of an effort, but I'm talking here about the political will, the interest, and understanding where media education should come from. Is it only about using devices? Is it only about including them in your daily life? In the entire continent, we have examples of things that failed for some reasons. So, for example, not understanding how teachers should use the technology. So, you get a smartphone instead of having a chalkboard. And then people will say that students are not using enough technology if they're using a blackboard. But I didn't ask for that technology. I don't understand it. I don't want it. So that generates a gap. And I think that's the most important thing, the subjective gap related to fear. There's a classic statement. What are you going to teach if someone is digitally native? It's hard to overcome this assumption, right? Everyone has this techno fetish, saying that some people are born with some innate skills that are able to operate and understand communications. And secondly, institutions, there are some efforts in Peru, but they're not connected. They're very spread out because of what I mentioned. And then training teachers is essential. And this is connected to what I mentioned before, the regulatory landmark. We have a statement saying that students need to behave ethically and responsibly in the digital world. Okay, but where's media education in that? If we don't recognize this concept, it will be difficult to advance it. What are teachers going to do? They're going to say, well, in my class, we went to a computer room. It's called the innovation room, by the way. So again, it's like it's a magical process, right? Only by using a computer, you're already innovating. Is that true? And are teachers who use Kahoot in the front line, are they going to be the best teacher just because they used Kahoot? Well, students might look at that, think it's nice and cute that their teacher is trying to use the tool, but that's not what media literacy is. Teacher education is my fourth point. And finally, academic output. There's more interest, especially after the COVID pandemic, in understanding what's happening, but we need to have a theoretical basis beneath it. So, just to conclude, we cannot talk about having a vocation and will for media education in a context like Peru, where journalists themselves understand that there is distrust on what they do, on their own job. They have to tolerate constant threats made by for their work, so covering protests and manifestations. This is a high-risk job. There's a risk of violence in areas of social conflict, especially from the forces that should enforce order, that is, the state. So when I'm talking about the state here, I also mean the justice system. Very often, journalists don't speak out because they know that it won't be effective and that they might be liable for it. So it's a context of instability that really makes it difficult for media literacy to take place. So just to give you a message of hope, there are good practices at a lower level. There are people who are including it in their agenda, and I hope that we can create a regional culture reflecting on the media that can lead to more academic publications and teacher education. Thank you.
I think that your perspective, your local perspective, makes evident how trust and safety also play a role when thinking about media literacy. And this is not only possible because of partnerships, as Patricia also mentioned, but also we have to think about the several dimensions when thinking about this information. So thank you very much. And before passing to Christina, I will remind the students that they received a very nice list of materials to study and for reading. So I hope you are enjoying your reading. And if you have any doubt about this list, you can also talk to me outside or even here. So I'll be happy to help you understand it more. And this will also help you to follow the debate and also for tomorrow's hackathon, which I'm super excited for it. And now I will pass the floor to Cristina Tartaglia, who is the founder of Lupa Initiative here in Brazil. And she will be talking about the importance of fact-checking to democracy. So please, Cristina, thank you.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. I'm also going to switch to Portuguese just because I really have tons of data to share with you today. And I think it will be faster if we switch to Portuguese. Bom dia.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Chris Tartaglia. I'm probably the person here that has been fighting disinformation for the longest. I've been in this area since 2013, before Trump even coined the term fake news and before everyone started paying attention to it. Yesterday, when I was preparing this presentation, I was shocked. This question can be a master's dissertation, right? The importance of fact-checking to democracy. I just came from Spain, where they're now having their elections. And in the most recent presidential debate, there was no fact-checking, and it almost killed me, because I don't think you can have a political debate, such a moment that's so relevant for an entire country, without fact-checking. If you look back, I imagine that you use several fact-checkers, and you'll notice that they are always present during these moments. Basically, I'll describe what fact-checking is very quickly. Besides being what I like to do the most in life, it's the best kind of journalism. We have a very strong school of journalism here at ESPM, and that's a place where you can go and find credible data, and it's a way of helping citizens to get reliable facts with quality, transparency, and with a methodology so that they can be full-fledged citizens making their decisions based on the best data available. And we can also keep our eye on the powers that be and ensure accountability. Ensure that what's being said in public debates are being held with a good level of quality. So at the same time, it's a beautiful profession, and this is an invitation for you to join us. It's a way of helping people to be citizens, to promote democracy, and to hold the powers that be accountable to see if they're really playing the right role. So I'd like to show you a little bit about what fact-checking has been doing since 2014. I don't have a lot of details here. We don't have much time, but this is the number of claims that were checked. In 2014, I worked for a newspaper, O Globo. This was a blog, and they checked 374 claims for the 2014 elections in Brazil, and 193 of them were true. 48% were not true. So this is what people are listening to when they're deciding on their votes. Fact checkers are checking the most important data, right? Not just the basic ones. So, of course, 2016, we only had local and regional elections, and there we had 200 claims, of which 35% were not true, which I still consider to be high. That's 1/3. 2018, you might be surprised at this number. 2018 was when fact checkers were not only fact checking as we know. They started to get to this whole new world called debunking, which is basically erasing the terrible stuff that is being spread on social media. So we had that for fact checking, but we had this number of debunks. Of the 850 pieces of information that were debunked in 2018, I can't even tell you how many were true or not, because we had so much information that it wasn't organized that way in Lupa. And you can see how the problem got progressively worse. This makes it very difficult. I've been working on it for 10 years, and you see that the numbers are growing and growing. What this means is that basically, if in 2014 I was fact-checking what people were saying in interviews and televised debates, in 2016 I had to do that plus Facebook. In 2018, all of that plus Facebook and Twitter. In 2020, it was Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. And now we have TikTok and WhatsApp and Telegram and Snapchat and whatever else you want to add there. So a battlefield is growing more and more. It's already huge. And in Brazil, I don't know if you've counted this, but we have 8 organizations that fact check frequently. If you add up the number of people who are working for them, we don't even have 100 people. So you can calculate how many hours people will need to work to handle these 200 million liars in this country. It's very difficult. It's very complicated. So it's so striking. I mean, when you look at the data, people might ask how it has evolved since 2014, and it's only gotten more complex. What I heard before is great because you can't only use fact-checking to deal with this problem. We're not going to be able to solve it through fact-checking alone, but you can't let go of it. Look at all of these narratives. And these are global, okay? So how many elections would be affected if we didn't have fact-checkers to say, no, you can trust the ballot box. There was no vote rigging or anything of the sort. What would happen during the pandemic? I don't know if you can imagine how much people had to work during the 2 years of the COVID pandemic. It was very difficult. I mean, what would it have been like if we didn't have a database to access and to see if you could use garlic against COVID? And as a side note, one of the most difficult days in my life was when I said I wasn't going to fact check if hand sanitizer was a good prevention against COVID. I didn't do it, and I even said, you know, you can even drink some liquor and you'll get better. If you want to believe it, then believe it. And then after a couple of weeks, there were a number of people who were drinking hand sanitizer in Iran. And they had over 1,000 people dead. And I thought, wow, what if I had done that fact checked? fact-checking? Would that have been translated into Farsi and reached Iran? So we're under constant pressure, and we're always carrying that guilt of not doing the fact check that might have been an issue. Anti-LGBTQ plus content is growing online. So this is a little bit more connected to hate speech. Fact checkers have been invited to fight hate with data, which is very difficult because hate doesn't necessarily use data. It's much more based on an emotion, right? And the same happens to anti-migration content. I might be mistaken, but this is not a big issue in Brazil, but in some other countries it is a significant problem. And anti-journalism is a major issue as well that journalists have to fight against. And finally, conspiracy theories that make us laugh, but also cause murders, assassinations, and, Pizzagate, as you might know. So what can be done? There's a number of false information. The battlefield is growing and growing, but we don't have this, the number of fact checkers growing at the same pace. There have been no investments into fact checking. So this is an example of, what can be done with so little. Lupa nos golpistas, I don't know how that's going to be translated, but it's basically keeping an eye on people who want to overthrow the government. This was an initiative that we launched in January to see what people are receiving on social media. And basically, it's about seeing what's true and false. Some people were saying that they were there, that they were not there during the January 8 invasion of Congress. Coronavirus Facts Alliance is a collaboration, and it was a solution for this lack of people working there. So during the COVID pandemic, these 99 organizations in the Coronavirus Facts Alliance, which is an organization that checks fact checkers, and we had over 15,000 fact checks shared to facilitate information exchange. Disarming Disinformation is an investigation on disinformation. Despite being passionate for fact checking, I've understood that fact checks alone will not solve them. We need that, but we also need to have an investigation on where it's coming from. We need to analyze data. We need a good technological level, and of course, we need media education.
And finally, there's this debate. I mean, the entire Brazil is going ablaze. We have the Digital Services Act. That's the regulation on it. Those that don't know about it, you should spend some minutes to study it and also study the bills that are currently being processed. So this discussion on information shouldn't be just be done but some people. But it's everyone's duty to do it.
Congratulations for the incredible work you and your colleagues do, because I cannot imagine now with the generative AI is even worse, the disinformation context. And anyway, we see that disinformation is more elaborated now, as you see in the numbers you brought here. So hope you can join the fact checkers community. And I'm super interested to learn more about it as well. So thank you for that. Now we'll have Leonardo Campos, who is the head of acquisitions and licensing at the Fundação Roberto Marinho, and he's going to talk about journalism, entertainment, edutainment, and social programs to tackle misinformation. So thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm also switching to Portuguese, so translators be attentive. Bom.
Very good. I'll now talk about the future journalism, edutainment and programs, social programs to tackle misinformation. And I'd like to thank the Roberto Marinho Foundation team who helped me put up this presentation. In practice, I'll tell you what we've been doing in terms of our good practices to tackle misinformation. Fundação Roberto Marinho has other projects. We have the Coliga, that's a online school of creative economy, the Aprendiz Legal. So I will just focus on the Futura TV channel or Futura channel. Futura channel is a TV channel who's been in the air for 25 years, and we're really proud of collaborative, participatory productions. We take society into account. We produce with society for society. The major means we use is what we call co-creation. That's a key word for us. We always work in networks. We always take teachers, educators, students, and independent producers to work with and to help us select content. Our idea is to produce content that is fact-checked with a scientific foundation that can be distributed to as many people as possible democratically. And then we have subscription television, network television. We have our signal that is distributed everywhere, so we can reach 40 million people. And what we try to deliver is what we call educational media. This educational media is designed with the idea of producing educational materials that can be used by teachers in classrooms and that students can watch and learn. You always use edutainment, and the idea of edutainment is to join both education and entertainment. We use light language, fun language that will call the attention of students, that will engage students and make learning a moment of fun, of pleasure, and of inspiration. So we want to engage students with our content. And this is used in all our productions, but in our journalistic production, our journalism, that's even easier to explain. In addition to edutainment, we have also journalism of solutions. That's a concept we've been using. And the idea is of a journalism practice that not only provides news, gives news, but also considers, analyzes, thinks of what is being news and proposes solutions to the problems arising in these news. So we have researchers that participate in these discussions. We map also inspirational projects that might help in tackling the problems we are discussing. So the idea behind our journalism of solutions is to help viewers to build their ideas, their critical thinking, and also consider, analyze the information they're getting. And this is the logic behind it, of helping people build knowledge. That's how we deliver our content. So on television, on regular network TV, we think of all programs, of all shows based on themes. The idea is that these are all thought out carefully before they're shown. And so we want people to see different perspectives on the same theme and to learn from it. So, for example, our schedule from Monday to Friday, we have one part talking about technology, one section, and then Idade Media presented by Sayad. On Tuesday, we have one of anti-racism education. On Wednesday, sustainability. Thursday, the world of work. And on Friday, our people. The same logic of themes that we use in Global Play app and also in our media education that is currently being developed in an ongoing discussion with schools. We want to provide an online catalog for all our shows, Futura television shows, that make our teachers' lives easier. So we want to structure our content to make it easier for teachers to use with students at different age groups to help them do a better job as educators. And then we have our social media with information on all media. For instance, TikTok, which is now on the rise, we always tried to take topics that are trending, that are being widely discussed, and say something about it. Some part of our shows, some excerpt, or some other discussion on TikTok. This is done on TikTok too, and we also use on Futura's website what we call the trails, which are like mini courses. So we choose, again, some trending topic, and we make a selection of content produced by Futura and other materials, and we build a particular knowledge trail so that people at the end of their journey, they will have learned more about that. For example, how to identify rumors on healthcare. So people will get material content that will help them learn more about it, how to, for example, identify a rumor or a true fact about health or healthcare. And then we have another thing we do with many projects that go beyond our screens. In other words, a material that is taken to schools. And Maleta is one of them. This project, Maleta, has or provides a selection of our content, but again, theme-based. This is the latest edition. That's Maleta Juventudes, or Backpack for the Youth. And this it will be launched to the end of the year. That's the new one. That's Maleta Conviver. And that includes anti-racist education, aging, misinformation, digital citizenship. So we have educational material, textbooks, or other materials with hyperlinks that are selected by Futura to be part of each backpack, to each Maleta. So they learn how to use this material, and they can replicate these workshops in these schools. And not only schools, but all other free education institutions, community centers, social movements, and others that use our backpacks, our Maleta project. Then we have our network. Our network makes everything, all the content we produce, richer. We produce a lot for Latin America too. We have science-based material, because these partnerships, I cannot talk about everything I wanted to, so I'll just finish now. But anyway, in summary, what Roberto Marinho Foundation does to tackle misinformation has two major points. Number one, taking care when you produce knowledge. You should do that carefully. So every piece of material has scientifically based information. And then you have to be careful when you deliver that product to teachers and students, so that their production of knowledge is easier, and also creation of critical thinking, because with critical thinking everyone can tackle misinformation on their own. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Leonardo. I think with your presentation, it's clear that accessible language is so important in this context of media literacy. And also what you mentioned about give the people conditions for them to be able to see diverse perspective is also so important, because there is a phenomenon that we talk about that we refer to echo chamber when we are talking about disinformation. That is the phenomenon where the person is in a context of limited, diverse perspective, because that person is only reading some sort of information or watching some sort of movie. So this kind of project that you presented here is very, very important, and thank you for sharing with us. And now I will pass the floor for our guest, Julio Gaitan, who is the director of the Internet and Society Center of the Universidad de Rosario. And he will talk about law, freedom of speech, and media regulation in Colombia. So please, Julio.
Thank you, Cynthia. Muchísimas gracias por la invitación.
Thank you very much for your invitation. Thank you very much for inviting me. And there's 2 points I'd like to share about this presentation on freedom of speech in Colombia. So number one, I'd like to celebrate this. Information as a public good should not be forgotten. It's like water, it's like air. So is information. From a privacy perspective and all the goods that are built throughout centuries, the right to privacy, to intimacy, information as a public good also saves lives and did save lives during the pandemic when we shared research information. There's the right to science, there's the right to access to research and the results, the findings of this research. This is why we should stress that information should be seen as a public good at a time of privatization of information by companies that have a lot of power internationally. My second point is a provocation. I'd like to use a metaphor of a Spanish anarchist of the Second Republic. So she says every Democrat should be in the opposition. This should work for the law and journalism of the good. Well, this is really dangerous. We have to render everyone accountable. I'd now like to tell you about this, tell you a critical history. I don't want to use a term that's like fashionable now, using the word critical. I'd like just to discuss this journalist, Laura. Laura did a 3-year study on one of the economic and political groups that we have had in Colombia, the Caribbean coast. She developed this study for 3 years. She edited this and published it in the El Planeta publishers. And when the book was about to be launched, that contract was terminated and the book ended up not being published. And this is a very serious, widely recognized journalist in Colombia. But the group, there was an economic group that decided that it was too dangerous for her to publish this work on this particular political group or economic group. So this is a very serious journalist who was facing a private economic group that decided to censor her work. In other words, avoiding her story to be heard in public. As a consequence, she has a much wider audience because with censorship, things tend to, she became a celebrity. Now, number 2, I'd like to discuss media concentration in Colombia. We have 8 economic groups that bring together 78% of the public, of the audience, in the 4 major media platforms. I'll now refer to 3 of them that are the major 3. They're more than groups, they're people who own the media in Colombia. And this is very serious when you come to think of it, right? If you want a pluralistic discussion, this is a very important indicator of democracy, the number of voices and also dissident voices in public spaces. good part of the media that we consume in Colombia are in the hands of economic groups that have very little differences, very few differences. They fund politics. They fund all candidates, both nationally and regionally, and locally. It's obvious that a very perverse relation is established between the power that these people have and also the people that are elected. Power is here, of course, in their hands. Because if you agree with the decisions of these major economic groups, you will be hostage to them. Now, this presentation has these bites or historic intimidations that are not only bites and that are also part of the physical work. Jaime Garzón is one of the greatest Colombian journalists that was killed last century, but he remains. And in 2023, 4 journalists were killed in Colombia. In the last 30 years, 162 journalists were murdered in total. It doesn't mean that they're directly threatened, but what you have is this effect of discouraging people from becoming journalists. And then we're talking about state power. As Perodin said, when he got the penalty from the Inter-American Court, this journalist was doing a report in prison. She was hijacked and raped and disappeared. She survived, but there was no justice done. So they needed the Inter-American legal system. Why am I saying this? I'm referring to intimidation, the government, narco, drug trafficking, and everything. And this has a big weight on the freedom in Colombia. This is the mapping, the cartography of this with local information. We also have information about the Colombian Caribbean islands as well. There's silence of information from Colombia's Congress on the local level. This is a whole country that was silenced. So information in the public realm, it is dictated by the major media powers. So we have that map. And then we have freedom of the press in Colombia. How do people get information in Colombia? From social media. It's very important from a generation perspective, but also there's been an increase after the pandemic. Young people don't read the press. They hardly ever listen to what is said on the radio, and this used to be historical in Colombia. We were a people of the radio, and this changes everything. So the focus is on social media.
On social media, you have problems such as the ones that we mentioned earlier this morning. Rating that was mentioned. Well, in Colombia, access to the internet or social media, especially Facebook and Twitter, means that they use it as their main source of information. But even internet access is very difficult there. And it doesn't really include educational content. So the digital gap in Colombia cannot be disregarded. If we think about creating a public space to circulate information, specifically to build a critical mass, which to me is essential to have a healthy democracy, these are the problems that we face if we call our system a democracy at all. Social media has been very important in the recent protests, such as in 2021. But here we saw the potential to have social cohesion online. However, we also saw the perversity of social media since it's controlled by the powers of the country. Since these protests in September and October 2021, the Ministry of Defense in Colombia has contracted a specific assistant that articulated a supposed cyber attack to the institutions. Once again, the response of the state here was to persecute protesters. They removed all legal safeguards to track where social activists were. That was perverse. It was quickly found out, but a state simulated a cyber attack to get a justification to pursue and discriminate activists and demonstrators. The presidency at the time also profiled journalists to determine who was in the favor or against the government, even by using their social media. And that's why social surveillance, creating social awareness, and having critical mass in society and in academia, informational education is essential to create a healthy democracy. A lot of what goes through social media can be grouped into niches. And these niches can repeat what has already been said and can reduce the depth of the discussion. What we see here is a lot of hate speech, especially during the presidential elections. We're now having our regional elections. And throughout this process, we still have not yet measured the level of incidence of hate speech, especially against women. How common is it during political campaigns? We have a more generic map that gives us a general overview of hate speech online, but we need to refine this data to identify how this impacts people differently. Hate speech and hate attacks are much more frequent against women in social media, and this is something that we have been able to measure to an extent. About half of society is represented by women, so in facing that, with all the initiatives to regulate this, with requests for transparency. We get a lot of requests for political parties and for platforms. And there are some initiatives, such as the Internet for Trust, a UNESCO initiative that tries to delve into these issues. But the question is, who should regulate social media? This will have consequences such as freedom of expression, especially during the rise of authoritarian governments. Will this be left up to the state? Who's going to regulate public space? Who's going to decide what can and cannot happen there? When we think about the Code 2.0 by Lawrence Lessig, we understand that public spaces have been regulated for a long time. That code is the law, so it needs to be watched over. It needs a lot more transparency because these systems are often hidden behind what we call the New Latin, which is a encrypted language. It's the Latin that we don't have access to, that citizens can't understand. This language spoken and encrypted to really prevent the people from having access to information. Considering Congress, the Parliament, public policies, we need to go beyond just these legal statements defining what possibilities there are to have freedom of expression and freedom of speech in this world that sees information after black boxes, the algorithms. So as we said this morning, we need to think about numbers. We mentioned some promising numbers, right? The increase in media and information literacy. There's a higher number of initiatives in this area. In our case, we're working with women and indigenous communities to give them a voice, to boost and leverage this in Colombia. Indigenous filmmakers, for example, need to have their voice heard so that they can learn how to do communication from the inside out. So once again, it's important to balance public and private initiatives and voices. Historically, and I'd like to say this once again, before bytes and bits in the world of atoms, we already had some areas of society that were silenced. And this can be changed if we think about what voices will be boosted by technology. In Latin America, we're a part of it. It's a complex situation, and I don't think censorship or removing people from the conversation is an issue. Quite contrary, we need to think critically to allow for democracy to happen, having balance in this public space. Thank you.
Thank you, Julio. I think you just added another level of complexity in our debate because you mentioned this trend, this new trend, not that new, that people are using more social media to get information, which is something very peculiar and difficult to deal with. And also the thing of silenced press community, with which we have to face because this is an issue that we are not able to deal with by ourselves because we have like government forces behind it. So it's another level of complexity for us to think about. So thank you, Julio, for your presentation. Thank you, everyone, for your thoughts and reflections. And before closing this round of debates, I will pass to Alexandre, who has some information to give us, and then we will go for lunch, and we will be back around 2 or a quarter to
2:15. Okay, 1 hour for lunch. Just some quick notes. Nobody addressed the artificial intelligence to that guy from Trinidad and Tobago, so I will do it. I just wrote a book about it, so I can talk about it, but I will just add one point. Artificial intelligence just slides from being a part of making disinformation a worse phenomenon to be part of disinformation itself. Now you cannot think about disinformation without AI anymore. So now I can believe that the ethical impact of AI is part of disinformation. Taking care of the ethical impact of AI is going to be a duty for all of us who claims for the integrity of information. Yeah. And I'd like to thank Carlos Lima and the students of Educomunicação in São Paulo because they asked like 20 questions in our chat live. They are writing questions there. So I will spread the questions for you afterwards. I have all of them here. And all of you will receive from DC, and Margaret will help me with that, a questionnaire, like a questionnaire about how was it for you. So that we're going to have one particular for measure our interest, and the audience will have another one. So I'm just asking you, please fill in. It's important for DCN to have it filled, to get this information and the evaluation that you do about the event. So in the afternoon, did I miss something? So in the afternoon, it's important for us to start to draw next steps for this group, outcomes. Maybe mapping something. I was watching and listening to Marco Lopes Paredes when I saw mapping the communication ecology and everything. So how can we do as a group in South America? So, and I want you to participate more, asking, talking to us, suggesting things. So Nikos is going to join us in the afternoon with this talk as well. So we have 1 hour to have lunch. I hope you like it. And we're going to be back soon. Okay? Thank you very much for this. Obrigado, sim. Obrigado.
are more than happy to have Roaring Twenties Forum organized in challenging and critical times. September 2021, as we struggle actually to leave behind the quarantine period, as we struggle with the new with Delta variation. We're trying to send a strong message that we are here, we are strong, and we will fight and we will overcome this challenge. Why we have selected Roaring Twenties? I think that it cannot better described rather than the poster created from Mrs. Mariana Tanaya, Communication Director of DCN Global, which represents the similarities between the two decades. Our poster shows a lady in her typewriter in the 90s, 20s, and shows a young lady on 2020 in front of her computer. That's the main similarity. What we are trying to avoid, though, is to learn the lessons from the past, not to allow extremism, not to allow hate speech, not to allow disinformation to prevail. This is why we have chosen these topics, because the challenge now, in order to avoid mistakes of the past, is how to rebuild trust, how to regain, to restore truth, and how actually to promote influence. These elements are critical in order actually to address the current challenges.
The situation we are in now is not really new. 100 years ago with Spanish flu, the world was in a very similar predicament. So somehow we lost the lessons of that time, and we see repeat of conspiracy theories, mistrust, and also misinformation and even disinformation, sometimes by authorities. So I would say that the way forward is to build a trust in the system, and you do it only by development of a civil society with all its checks and balances. Only then people can really trust authorities, trust the system, or rather trust themselves through those authorities that they can relate to.
This particular forum has been really interesting because we are reflecting obviously on the past, where we've been, the same things that happened in the 1920s where we're just recovering from a pandemic. I think that was the Spanish flu, if I'm wrong or right, and we were working on that, and we're now recovering, and we had that exuberance that came post-pandemic. And so we're starting to see the same sort of thing happening in 2020. But the thing that makes it really different is that we're looking at it through a digital lens, as digital and technology as a catalyst.
Trust in the information, the online information environment is very different, and with the plethora of sources of information and news, the plethora of platforms, folks don't know the difference between different news outlets, and they end up relying on brands first to really try to assess the credibility of information. So having a strong brand in this information environment is key. Protecting that brand is absolutely essential, and that means that anyone who's associated with that brand has to be completely synced with the idea of editorial excellence, 100% accuracy, and a commitment to their audiences.
As media becomes more personal and adaptable, trust is becoming a serious issue, and the definition between true or false is not the job of a machine to solve it, but it can significantly assist combined with people's professionalism. So we live in a world that the distinction between physical and digital is slowly disappear. So in the near future, our world will be the media.
Certainly China's been a really important player in the whole corona pandemic, obviously. It started in China, the way that China has dealt with it both domestically and internationally has had a great impact around the world. Obviously a lot of controversy associated with that. But now in the wake of the year and a half later or so, there's a lot of efforts on China's part to be seen to be playing a constructive role in combating the virus with health diplomacy, but also potentially in rebuilding societies. None of that is necessarily going to go smoothly, and that'll be part of what I talk about in the presentation.
The major factor that I would say this year that's different is that the whole world is dealing with the same types of mis and disinformation. In past years, it's maybe in America, it's about American politics, in a different country it would be about something else. I think what I saw this year, which is really interesting, is that the same types of claims about wearing a mask, the COVID vaccine, the virus itself, they were ubiquitous. They were the same as in Brazil and the US and Greece and Spain and wherever else. And so I think that's interesting because it shows you how misinformation can spread. It also shows you how maybe fact checkers and fact checking groups like PolitiFact can work together to kind of help debunk misinformation for a global audience.
So how COVID disinformation is different from other conspiracy disinformation topics that we've seen before. It really works with trust, and it exploits science and medicine, which is not available as a knowledge for all the people. You know, doctors, they need to learn for a long time. Scientists spend their whole life seeking the truth in molecules in a completely different universe. And for regular people, all they can do, they can trust science, they can trust medical doctors. COVID-19 disinformation works on undermining trust in specialists, experts, and giving additional floor to those who are in exile from the scientific community for reasons. And I think this is really a call for science communication.
We discussed about the importance of communicating between borders and try to understand and see the patterns of disinformation which is happening right now all over the world. And also we discussed about our findings during the last 1.5 years on this topic, on working on this project with teams from Romania, Georgia, Greece and Italy.
I make a call for all of you to come and join Fake News Hunters, because what is done digitally in the digital world is affecting our lives, our real world. And have that in mind. Come with us to fight disinformation, find some fake news, and we will wait for you.
To be a part of the Combating Disinformation training course and to meet wonderful people there and to have the opportunity to learn from the significant expert with significant experience about how we can combating disinformation in this world of sea of information. The networking was the most important thing, so we were connected with the people around the world that's actively working in this field. together we create an idea, and now with support of DCN, we can turn this idea into reality.
So this has been a very rewarding experience because I knew some of the participants already, but it's always nice to put a face to the names, and exchanging the projects that everyone is doing is also fostering possibilities of new projects and cooperation, so I think this has been very fruitful.
What we've learned from this particular forum is that indeed there are many similarities from what happened in 1920, but most importantly, I think our recovery is going to be remarkably different because we've got technologies like artificial intelligence, we've got big data, we've got issues around just how technology has built new communities and the way we share information and disinformation. So I think we're going to have a very different climate, as well as how the internet has affected even just our economics through cryptocurrency and digital finances.
Well, the future of finance is going to be defined, I think, by the combination of the new technologies that are emerging, including the ability to create digital currencies, 5G, AI, and all the rest of the technologies that we know that are affecting this space, and in combination with what the regulators decide to do with these innovations, because the regulators can, there's a whole I'd say range of what they can do. They can stifle innovation, or they can go with the innovation, but they still need to keep keep track of what would be best for the end user, right? For the small person that is using the financial systems. And I guess it also has to do with what people are going to be doing, because if people decide to be voting with their behavior that they prefer this kind of service or that kind of service, I guess the rest of the world will just follow, right? So what the future of finance is, I think that's the accumulation of the players playing together and who pulls and pushes in which direction, and I guess wins in this, could I call it the game of coins?
Well, from my perspective, games, which are the fastest growing form of media today, it's got a huge following and it's growing very quickly in all regions of the world. Obviously, a medium that has that kind of growth and strength has a lot of content, and there's a lot of people viewing that content, especially younger people who are very impressionable, and they pick up on ideas from all kinds of sources in their environment. Well, if they're playing games so much, then the content that is in games, the ideas represented, representation of culture, politics, geopolitics, all of these different things, even if it's a fantasy game where a lot of times in a fantasy game, for example, we will use allegory, a real-world allegory, to talk about a real conflict, but we put it in a fantasy setting so it's not as sensitive. But a lot of players may not understand that allegory. They may not understand the history on which it's based. The representation of characters also from a cultural perspective, ethnic perspective, gender. There's a lot of influences in this space, and so I think in gaming today, we have to be even more vigilant and to be more thoughtful about what we're putting into these games, because so many people are seeing them and it's just going to increase more and more. And so I think we really have to take these issues seriously, even in the gaming space, which people say, well, it's just for fun. It is for fun, but it's also a hugely influential medium, and that's why we have to take this very seriously.
So something that we were really surprised to find was when looking at these far-right groups on the dark web that alongside the hate speech, alongside the misinformation that they were sharing, where coronavirus misinformation, vaccine misinformation was also part of what we found. We were really struck by the community building efforts that were happening on there as well, with people sharing self-help resources, physical wellness, tips and advice, the mention of a book club even, and that's been really exciting to be here to talk to people who professionally work on building healthy groups and communities across large social media platforms. So really excited to be here. Thank you.
I think that the rise of communities has just started, where communities have become more and more important. Online, virtual, but also offline, they've always been important. But we see now with what I talked about, from social media to the metaverse, that everything accelerates, everything blends in. There's coming together of the physical space, the virtual space, and augmented reality. And when that all comes together, it's it's even wider and limitless. So I think it's very important that we focus on kind of how we build communities, how we build public spaces for people to come together in those fields.
The worst thing that can happen is that we repeat the mistakes that were made 100 years ago, and we know that at that time, after 1920s and 30s, the world descended into horrible war. We are not there yet, so we still have time to learn from the past mistakes and choose a different way. And so I believe that meetings, conferences, exchanges like this one support this end.
I think from COVID and this whole experience has taught us that it's not over yet. Yes, it's been very devastating what COVID-19 has done across the world, but I don't think it's over yet. And I think only great things are to come. And I'll be optimistic and say I don't think we're going to have a Great Depression. If anything, we might have a very huge shift in the way that people relate to each other. So maybe we might have a lot of political differences that will rock the world a bit, but overall I see nothing but a good forecast.
We are very thankful to everyone that contributed to that, to our vibrant community, to our speakers that came across in order to participate and send this strong message. But above all, State Department, Citizens Exchanges and Educational Office, the U.S. Consulate in Thessaloniki, U.S. Embassy in Greece, and above all, World Learning that supports the work of DCN. Lastly, I would like to thank all the volunteers, all the people that worked in order actually to have this very successful event.
DCN family. I am so honored to be here. I came from Washington, D.C. yesterday. I am joined here by some colleagues also from Washington from our public diplomacy and public affairs family. We think a lot about combating misinformation, disinformation in Washington, and sometimes it can feel a bit like an academic exercise when we're thinking so much about policy on paper. And I just have to say how energizing it is to be in a room like this, knowing that it takes all of us working together to really make a difference. I'll just say a few things about how this partnership really means a lot to us, and how this expansion into the Americas is a meaningful and necessary step forward. And then really, I'm looking forward to hearing from all of you this morning. So let me just say that earlier this year, when Secretary of State Tony Blinken was in Los Angeles for the Summit of the Americas, he gathered nearly 200 journalists from the Western Hemisphere to discuss media freedom. And it was there that he announced our intention to expand the DCN into the Americas. He stressed that the United States supports the communications industry, media freedom, and frankly, grassroots journalism, knowing that it's community leaders like all of you who are really going to make a difference in terms of penetrating audiences. So for me, it is an enormous privilege to be here following up on his commitment and to represent the Department of State to echo that same message and to help formally launch the DCN into the Americas.
Acting Undersecretary, thank you very much for being with us and signaling actually the support of a major effort of DCN in order to expand further, in order actually what we say to connect the dots.
We are really happy to open this chapter, and we hope each of you will be involved in DCN activities in the future. We hope that together, with your minds, with your ideas, with your skills, we will be able to make the world better, to stop wars, and definitely to fight disinformation and propaganda.
Estamos súper emocionados y emocionadas de que finalmente pudimos lanzar nuestro hub en las Américas, gracias al evento de DCN Global que hemos hecho acá en San José, Costa Rica. Hemos hecho redes, nos hemos conocido, hemos escuchado nuestros retos y pensado en soluciones conjuntas, así que estamos muy emocionados por lo que viene y emocionadas de empezar a trabajar en conjunto y finalmente tener este DCN de las Américas.
Bueno, como una de las primeras personas latinoamericanas que participó en eventos de DCN, pero en otras partes del mundo, a mí me alegra mucho la experiencia que he tenido en esta conferencia que lanza este nuevo capítulo de DCN en Latinoamérica, porque justamente veo el mismo potencial que vi en otras partes del mundo cuando asistía a los eventos de DCN, donde estamos creando puentes, estamos reconociendo entre distintos países necesidades en común, soluciones que podemos compartir y adaptar. Pues me llena de esperanza que se dé este encuentro de mentes latinoamericanas, que además va a conectar entonces con mentes de otras latitudes.
Ha sido buenísimo traer la experiencia de redes sociales contra la humanidad, este juego que crea controversias para hablar de moderación de contenido en línea, en este espacio que la verdad nos emociona muchísimo, que va a ser una experiencia, un puente entre las diferentes partes de Latinoamérica para aunar esfuerzos y combatir desafíos como la desinformación y poder trabajar juntos para encontrar soluciones.
La verdad que fue un gusto haber participado en el foro de DCN Américas. Creo que es importantísimo que nosotros en nuestros países y en nuestras regiones tengamos estas instancias locales en donde poder discutir de manera multi-stakeholder los distintos desafíos que tenemos a nivel individual de países y también a nivel común. Y generar estos espacios, la verdad que es clave para poder mejorar el ecosistema y la calidad de vida de la gente desde una perspectiva más multidimensional.
Para mí fue un gusto y un honor poder estar en DCN Global Americas. Me encantó compartir los retos que tenemos de desinformación y darme cuenta que los retos son de todos, tanto en América Latina como en otros países. Me encantó escuchar iniciativas de mujeres en medios, de mujeres iniciando medios independientes, digitales y de otro tipo, y compartir las historias de América Latina, que finalmente son transversales para toda la región.
This network of digital communication had a lot of success in Africa and Europe and many places. And have educators, professionals, journalists of different media of communication, and also public affairs representatives that work among to protect information. And now you have chosen us to be here, and we're so happy for you to expand also to our regions. Hopefully we're able to support and provide you the keys to be able to work together among the journalism, independent journalism, to support the civil society and promote the democratic values.
are more than happy to have Roaring Twenties Forum organized in challenging and critical times. September 2021, as we struggle actually to leave behind the quarantine period, as we struggle with the new with Delta variation. We're trying to send the strong message that we are here, we are strong, and we will fight and we will overcome this challenge. Why we have selected Roaring Twenties? I think that it cannot better described rather than the poster created from Mrs. Mariana Tanaya, Communication Director of DCN Global, which represents the similarities between the two decades. Our poster shows a lady in her typewriter in the 90s, 20s, and shows a young lady on 2020 in front of her computer. That's the main similarity. What we are trying to avoid, though, is to learn the lessons from the past, not to allow extremism, not to allow hate speech, not to allow disinformation to prevail. This is why we have chosen these topics, because the challenge now, in order to avoid mistakes of the past, is how to rebuild trust, how to regain, to restore truth, and how actually to promote influence. These elements are critical in order actually to address the current challenges.
The situation we are in now is not really new. 100 years ago with Spanish flu, the world was in a very similar predicament. So somehow we lost the lessons of that time, and we see repeat of conspiracy theories, mistrust, and also misinformation and even disinformation, sometimes by authorities. So I would say that the way forward is to build a trust in the system, and you do it only by development of a civil society with all its checks and balances. Only then people can really trust authorities, trust the system, or rather trust themselves through those authorities that they can relate to.
This particular forum has been really interesting because we are reflecting obviously on the past, where we've been. The same things that happened in the 1920s, where we're just recovering from a pandemic. I think that was the Spanish flu, if I'm wrong or right, and we were working on that, and we're now recovering, and we had that exuberance that came post-pandemic. And so we're starting to see the same sort of thing happening in 2020. But the thing that makes it really different is that we're looking at it through a digital lens, as digital and technology as a catalyst.
Trust in the information, the online information environment is very different, and with the plethora of sources of information and news, the plethora of platforms, folks don't know the difference between different news outlets, and they end up relying on brands first to really try to assess the credibility of information. So having a strong brand in this information environment is key. Protecting that brand is absolutely essential, and that means that anyone who's associated with that brand has to be completely synced with the idea of editorial excellence, 100% accuracy, and a commitment to their audiences.
As media becomes more personal and adaptable, trust is becoming a serious issue, and the definition between true or false is not the job of a machine to solve it, but it can significantly assist combined with people's professionalism. So we live in a world that the distinction between physical and digital is slowly disappear. So in the near future, our world will be the media.
Certainly China's been a really important player in the whole corona pandemic, obviously. It started in China, the way that China has dealt with it both domestically and internationally has had a great impact around the world. Obviously a lot of controversy associated with that. But now in the wake of the a year and a half later or so, there's a lot of efforts on China's part to be seen to be playing a constructive role in combating the virus with health diplomacy, but also potentially in rebuilding societies. None of that is necessarily going to go smoothly, and that'll be part of what I talk about in the presentation.
The major factor that I would say this year that's different is that the whole world is dealing with the same types of mis and disinformation. In past years, it's maybe in America, it's about American politics, in a different country it would be about something else. I think what I saw this year, which is really interesting, is that the same types of claims about wearing a mask, the COVID vaccine, the virus itself, they were ubiquitous. They were the same as in Brazil and the US and Greece and Spain and wherever else. And so I think that's interesting because it shows you how misinformation can spread. It also shows you how maybe fact checkers and fact checking groups like PolitiFact can work together to kind of help debunk misinformation for a global audience.
So how COVID disinformation is different from other conspiracy disinformation topics that we've seen before. It really works with trust, and it exploits science and medicine, which is not available as a knowledge for all the people. You know, doctors, they need to learn for a long time. Scientists spend their whole life seeking the truth in molecules in a completely different universe. And for regular people, all they can do, they can trust science, they can trust medical doctors. COVID-19 disinformation works on undermining trust in specialists, experts, and giving additional floor to those who are in exile from the scientific community for reasons. And I think this is really a call for science communication.
We discussed about the importance of communicating between borders and try to understand and see the patterns of disinformation which is happening right now all over the world. And also we discussed about our findings during the last 1.5 years on this topic, on working on this project with teams from Romania, Georgia, Greece and Italy.
I make a call for all of you to come and join Fake News Hunters, because what is done digitally in the digital world is affecting our lives, our real world. And have that in mind. Come with us to fight disinformation, find some fake news, and we will wait for you.
To be a part of a combating disinformation training course and to meet wonderful people there and to have the opportunity to learn from the significant expert with significant experience about how we can combating disinformation in this world of sea of information. The networking was the most important thing, so we will connect it with the people around the world that's actively working in this field. Together we create an idea, and now with support of DCN we can turn this idea into reality.
So this has been a very rewarding experience because I knew some of the participants already, but it's always nice to put a face to the names. And exchanging the projects that everyone is doing is also fostering possibilities of new projects and cooperation. So I think this has been very fruitful.
What we've learned from this particular forum is that indeed there are many similarities from what happened in 1920, but most importantly, I think our recovery is going to be remarkably different because we've got technologies like artificial intelligence, we've got big data, we've got issues around just how technology has built new communities and the way we share information and disinformation. So I think we're going to have a very different climate, as well as how the internet has affected even just our economics through cryptocurrency and digital finances.
Well, the future of finance is going to be defined, I think, by the combination of the new technologies that are emerging, including the ability to create digital currencies, 5G, AI, and all the rest of the technologies that we know that are affecting this space. And in combination with what the regulators decide to do with these innovations, because the regulators can, there's a whole, I'd say range of what they can do. They can stifle innovation, or they can go with the innovation, but they still need to keep keep track of what would be best for the end user, right? For the small person that is using the financial systems. And I guess it also has to do with what people are going to be doing, because if people decide to be voting with their behavior that they prefer this kind of service or that kind of service, I guess the rest of the world will just follow, right? So what the future of finance is, I think that's the accumulation of the players playing together and who pulls and pushes in which direction and I guess wins in this, can I call it the game of coins?
Well, from my perspective, games, which are the fastest growing form of media today, it's got a huge following and it's growing very quickly in all regions of the world. Obviously, a medium that has that kind of growth and strength has a lot of content, and there's a lot of people viewing that content, especially younger people who are very impressionable, and they pick up on ideas from all kinds of sources in their environment. Well, if they're playing games so much, then the content that is in games, the ideas represented, representation of culture, politics, geopolitics, all of these different things, even if it's a fantasy game where a lot of times in a fantasy game, for example, we will use allegory, a real-world allegory, to talk about a real conflict, but we put it in a fantasy setting so it's not as sensitive. But a lot of players may not understand that allegory. They may not understand the history on which it's based. The representation of characters also from a cultural perspective, ethnic perspective, gender. There's a lot of influences in this space, and so I think in gaming today, we have to be even more vigilant and to be more thoughtful about what we're putting into these games, because so many people are seeing them and it's just going to increase more and more. And so I think we really have to take these issues seriously, even in the gaming space, which people say, well, it's just for fun. It is for fun, but it's also a hugely influential medium, and that's why we have to take this very seriously.
So something that we were really surprised to find was when looking at these far-right groups on the dark web that alongside the hate speech, alongside the misinformation that they were sharing, where coronavirus misinformation, vaccine misinformation was also part of what we found. We were really struck by the community building efforts that were happening on there as well, with people sharing self-help resources, physical wellness, tips and advice, the mention of a book club even, and that's been really exciting to be here to talk to people who professionally work on building healthy groups and communities across large social media platforms. So really excited to be here. Thank you.
I think that the rise of communities has just started, where communities have become more and more important. Online, virtual, but also offline, they've always been important. But we see now with what I talked about, from social media to the metaverse, that everything accelerates, everything blends in. There's coming together of the physical space, the virtual space, and augmented reality. And when that all comes together, it's even wider and limitless. So I think it's very important that we focus on kind of how we build communities, how we build public spaces for people to come together in those fields.
The worst thing that can happen is that we repeat the mistakes that were made 100 years ago, and we know that at that time, after 1920s and 30s, the world descended into horrible war. We are not there yet, so we still have time to learn from the past mistakes and choose a different way. And so I believe that meetings, conferences, exchanges like this one support this end.
I think from COVID and this whole experience has taught us that it's not over yet. Yes, it's been very devastating what COVID-19 has done across the world, but I don't think it's over yet. And I think only great things are to come. And I'll be optimistic and say I don't think we're going to have a Great Depression. If anything, we might have a very huge shift in the way that people relate to each other. So maybe we might have a lot of political differences that will rock the world a bit, but overall I see nothing but a good forecast.
We are very thankful to everyone that contributed to that, to our vibrant community, to our speakers that came across in order to participate and send this strong message. But above all, State Department, Citizens Exchanges and Educational Office, the U.S. Consulate in Thessaloniki, U.S. Embassy in Greece, and above all, World Learning that supports the work of DCN. Lastly, I would like to thank all the volunteers, all the people that worked in order actually to have this very successful event.
DCN family. I am so honored to be here. I came from Washington, D.C. yesterday. I am joined here by some colleagues also from Washington from our public diplomacy and public affairs family. We think a lot about combating misinformation, disinformation in Washington, and sometimes it can feel a bit like an academic exercise when we're thinking so much about policy on paper. And I just have to say how energizing it is to be in a room like this, knowing that it takes all of us working together to really make a difference. I'll just say a few things about how this partnership really means a lot to us, and how this expansion into the Americas is a meaningful and necessary step forward. And then really I'm looking forward to hearing from all of you this morning. So let me just say that earlier this year, when Secretary of State Tony Blinken was in Los Angeles for the Summit of the Americas, he gathered nearly 200 journalists from the Western Hemisphere to discuss media freedom. And it was there that he announced our intention to expand the DCN into the Americas. He stressed that the United States supports the communications industry, media freedom, and frankly, grassroots journalism, knowing that it's community leaders like all of you who are really going to make a difference in terms of penetrating audiences. So for me, it is an enormous privilege to be here following up on his commitment and to represent the Department of State to echo that same message and to help formally launch the DCN into the Americas.
Acting Undersecretary, thank you very much for being with us and signaling actually the support of a major effort of DCN in order to expand further, in order actually what we say to connect the dots.
We are really happy to open this chapter, and we hope each of you will be involved in DCN activities in the future. We hope that together, with your minds, with your ideas, with your skills, we will be able to make the world better, to stop wars, and definitely to fight disinformation and propaganda.
Estamos súper emocionados y emocionadas de que finalmente pudimos lanzar nuestro hub en las Américas, gracias al evento de DCN Global que hemos hecho acá en San José, Costa Rica. Hemos hecho redes, nos hemos conocido, hemos escuchado nuestros retos y pensado en soluciones conjuntas, así que estamos muy emocionados por lo que viene y emocionadas de empezar a trabajar en conjunto y finalmente tener este DCN de las Américas.
Bueno, como una de las primeras personas latinoamericanas que participó en eventos de DCN, pero en otras partes del mundo, a mí me alegra mucho la experiencia que he tenido en esta conferencia que lanza este nuevo capítulo de DCN en Latinoamérica, porque justamente veo el mismo potencial que vi en otras partes del mundo cuando asistía a los eventos de DCN, donde estamos creando puentes, estamos reconociendo entre distintos países necesidades en común, soluciones que podemos compartir y adaptar. Pues me llena de esperanza que se dé este encuentro de mentes latinoamericanas, que además va a conectar entonces con mentes de otras latitudes.
Ha sido buenísimo traer la experiencia de redes sociales contra la humanidad, este juego que crea controversias para hablar de moderación de contenido en línea, en este espacio que la verdad nos emociona muchísimo, que va a ser una experiencia, un puente entre las diferentes partes de Latinoamérica para aunar esfuerzos y combatir desafíos como la desinformación y poder trabajar juntos para encontrar soluciones.
La verdad que fue un gusto haber participado en el foro de DCN Américas. Creo que es importantísimo que nosotros en nuestros países y en nuestras regiones tengamos estas instancias locales en donde poder discutir de manera multi-stakeholder los distintos desafíos que tenemos a nivel individual de países y también a nivel común. Y generar estos espacios, la verdad que es clave para poder mejorar el ecosistema y la calidad de vida de la gente desde una perspectiva más multidimensional.
Para mí fue un gusto y un honor poder estar en DCN Global Americas. Me encantó compartir los retos que tenemos de desinformación y darme cuenta que los retos son de todos, tanto en América Latina como en otros países. Me encantó escuchar iniciativas de mujeres en medios, de mujeres iniciando medios independientes, digitales y de otro tipo, y compartir las historias de América Latina, que finalmente son transversales para toda la región.
This network of digital communication had a lot of success in Africa and Europe and many places. And they have educators, professionals, journalists of different media of communication, and also public affairs representatives that work among to protect information. And now you have chosen us to be here, and we're so happy for you to expand also to our regions. Hopefully we're able to support and provide you the keys to be able to work together among the journalism, independent journalism, to support the civil society and promote the democratic values.
we are more than happy to have a Roaring Twenties forum organized in challenging and critical times. September 2021, as we struggle actually to leave behind the quarantine period, as we struggle with the new with Delta variation. We're trying to send a strong message that we are here, we are strong, and we will fight and we will overcome this challenge. Why we have selected Roaring Twenties? I think that it cannot better described rather than the poster created from Mrs. Mariana Tanaya, Communication Director of DCN Global, which represents the similarities between the two decades. Our poster shows a lady in her typewriter in the 90s, 20s, and shows a young lady on 2020 in front of her computer. That's the main similarity. What we are trying to avoid, though, is to learn the lessons from the past, not to allow extremism, not to allow hate speech, not to allow disinformation to prevail. This is why we have chosen these topics, because the challenge now, in order to avoid mistakes of the past, is how to rebuild trust, how to regain, to restore truth, and how actually to promote influence. These elements are critical in order actually to address the current challenges.
The situation we are in now is not really new. 100 years ago with Spanish flu, the world was in a very similar predicament. So somehow we lost the lessons of that time, and we see repeat of conspiracy theories, mistrust, and also misinformation and even disinformation, sometimes by authorities. So I would say that the way forward is to build a trust in the system, and you do it only by development of a civil society with all its checks and balances. Only then people can really trust authorities, trust the system, or rather trust themselves through those authorities that they can relate to.
This particular forum has been really interesting because we are reflecting obviously on the past, where we've been. The same things that happened in the 1920s, where we're just recovering from a pandemic. I think that was the Spanish flu, if I'm wrong or right, and we were working on that, and we're now recovering, and we had that exuberance that came post-pandemic. And so we're starting to see the same sort of thing happening in 2020. But the thing that makes it really different is that we're looking at it through a digital lens, as digital and technology as a catalyst.
Trust in the information, the online information environment is very different, and with the plethora of sources of information and news, the plethora of platforms, folks don't know the difference between different news outlets, and they end up relying on brands first to really try to assess the credibility of information. So having a strong brand in this information environment is key. Protecting that brand is absolutely essential, and that means that anyone who's associated with that brand has to be completely synced with the idea of editorial excellence, 100% accuracy, and a commitment to their audiences.
As media becomes more personal and adaptable, trust is becoming a serious issue, and the definition between true or false is not the job of a machine to solve it, but it can significantly assist combined with people's professionalism. So we live in a world that the distinction between physical and digital is slowly disappear. So in the near future, our world will be the media.
Certainly China's been a really important player in the whole corona pandemic, obviously. It started in China, the way that China has dealt with it both domestically and internationally has had a great impact around the world. Obviously a lot of controversy associated with that, but now in the wake of the a year and a half later or so, there's a lot of efforts on China's part to be seen to be playing a constructive role in combating the virus with health diplomacy, but also potentially in rebuilding societies. None of that is necessarily going to go smoothly, and that'll be part of what I talk about in the presentation.
The major factor that I would say this year that's different is that the whole world is dealing with the same types of mis and disinformation. In past years, it's maybe in America, it's about American politics, in a different country it would be about something else. I think what I saw this year, which is really interesting, is that the same types of claims about wearing a mask, the COVID vaccine, the virus itself, they were ubiquitous. They were the same as in Brazil and the US and Greece and Spain and wherever else. And so I think that's interesting because it shows you how misinformation can spread. It also shows you how maybe fact checkers and fact checking groups like PolitiFact can work together to kind of help debunk misinformation for a global audience.
So how COVID disinformation is different from other conspiracy disinformation topics that we've seen before. It really works with trust, and it exploits science and medicine, which is not available as a knowledge for all the people. You know, doctors, they need to learn for a long time. Scientists spend their whole life seeking the truth in molecules in a completely different universe. And for regular people, all they can do, they can trust science, they can trust medical doctors. COVID-19 disinformation works on undermining trust in specialists, experts, and giving additional floor to those who are in exile from the scientific community for reasons. And I think this is really a call for science communication.
We discussed about the importance of communicating between borders and try to understand and see the patterns of disinformation which is happening right now all over the world. And also we discussed about our findings during the last 1.5 years on this topic, or working on this project with teams from Romania, Georgia, Greece and Italy.
I make a call for all of you to come and join Fake News Hunters, because what is done digitally in the digital world is affecting our lives, our real world. And have that in mind. Come with us to fight disinformation, find some fake news, and we will wait for you.
Honored to be a part of a combating disinformation training course and to meet wonderful people there and to have the opportunity to learn from the significant expert with significant experience about how we can combating disinformation in this world of sea of information. The networking was the most important thing, so we will connect it with the people around the world that's actively working in this field. together we create an idea, and now with support of DCN we can turn this idea into reality.
So this has been a very rewarding experience because I knew some of the participants already, but it's always nice to put a face to the names, and exchanging the projects that everyone is doing is also fostering possibilities of new projects and cooperation, so I think this has been very fruitful.
What we've learned from this particular forum is that indeed there are many similarities from what happened in 1920, but most importantly I think our recovery is going to be remarkably different because we've got technologies like artificial intelligence, we've got big data, we've got issues around just how technology has built new communities and the way we share information and disinformation. So I think we're going to have a very different climate, as well as how the internet has affected even just our economics through cryptocurrency and digital finances.
Well, the future of finance is going to be defined, I think, by the combination of the new technologies that are emerging, including the ability to create digital currencies, 5G, AI, and all the rest of the technologies that we know that are affecting this space, and in combination with what the regulators decide to do with these innovations, because the regulators can, there's a whole, I'd say range of what they can do. They can stifle innovation, or they can go with the innovation, but they still need to keep keep track of what would be best for the end user, right? For the small person that is using the financial systems. And I guess it also has to do with what people are going to be doing, because if people decide to be voting with their behavior that they prefer this kind of service or that kind of service, I guess the rest of the world will just follow, right? So what the future of finance is, I think that's the accumulation of the players playing together and who pulls and pushes in which direction, and I guess wins in this, could I call it the game of coins?
Well, from my perspective, games, which are the fastest growing form of media today, it's got a huge following and it's growing very quickly in all regions of the world. Obviously, a medium that has that kind of growth and strength has a lot of content, and there's a lot of people viewing that content, especially younger people who are very impressionable, and they pick up on ideas from all kinds of sources in their environment. Well, if they're playing games so much, then the content that is in games, the ideas represented, representation of culture, politics, geopolitics, all of these different things, even if it's a fantasy game where a lot of times in a fantasy game, for example, we will use allegory, a real-world allegory, to talk about a real conflict, but we put it in a fantasy setting so it's not as sensitive. But a lot of players may not understand that allegory. They may not understand the history on which it's based. The representation of characters also from a cultural perspective, ethnic perspective, gender. There's a lot of influences in this space, and so I think in gaming today, we have to be even more vigilant and to be more thoughtful about what we're putting into these games, because so many people are seeing them and it's just going to increase more and more. And so I think we really have to take these issues seriously, even in the gaming space, which people say, well, it's just for fun. It is for fun, but it's also a hugely influential medium, and that's why we have to take this very seriously.
So something that we were really surprised to find was when looking at these far-right groups on the dark web that alongside the hate speech, alongside the misinformation that they were sharing, where coronavirus misinformation, vaccine misinformation was also part of what we found. We were really struck by the community building efforts that were happening on there as well, with people sharing self-help resources, physical wellness, tips and advice, the mention of a book club even, and that's been really exciting to be here to talk to people who professionally work on building healthy groups and communities across large social media platforms. So really excited to be here. Thank you.
I think that the rise of communities has just started, where communities have become more and more important. Online, virtual, but also offline, they've always been important. But we see now with what I talked about, from social media to the metaverse, that everything accelerates, everything blends in. There's coming together of the physical space, the virtual space, and augmented reality. And when that all comes together, it's it's even wider and limitless. So I think it's very important that we focus on kind of how we build communities, how we build public spaces for people to come together in those fields.
The worst thing that can happen is that we repeat the mistakes that were made 100 years ago, and we know that at that time, after 1920s and 30s, the world descended into horrible war. We are not there yet, so we still have time to learn from the past mistakes and choose a different way. And so I believe that meetings, conferences, exchanges like this one support this end.
I think from COVID and this whole experience has taught us that it's not over yet. Yes, it's been very devastating what COVID-19 has done across the world, but I don't think it's over yet. And I think only great things are to come. And I'll be optimistic and say I don't think we're going to have a Great Depression. If anything, we might have a very huge shift in the way that people relate to each other. So maybe we might have a lot of political differences that will rock the world a bit, but overall I see nothing but a good forecast.
We are very thankful to everyone that contributed to that, to our vibrant community, to our speakers that came across in order to participate and send this strong message. But above all, State Department, Citizens Exchanges and Educational Office, the U.S. Consulate in Thessaloniki, U.S. Embassy in Greece, and above all, World Learning that supports the work of DCN. Lastly, I would like to thank all the volunteers, all the people that worked in order actually to have this very successful event.
Hi everyone. Hello, hello. Good afternoon. We are about to restart our debate, restart our conference, Cynthia and I. Marco. The idea now is to start to debate, actually to talk to you students, because we missed talk to you. I talked to you out of the room, but not here. You must talk directly to them. And also to, first of all, take results, maybe partnerships, thinkings, thoughts, strategy, or anything we need or we can take from the morning, from today's morning. And then Nikos, the DCN president, Cynthia, I, myself, and all of you, we are going to contribute with whatever you want to build up something together, because you are full of experience, full of good things to share. So we can give, I think we can give a step forward starting today. We have 4 days to discuss it further, but we are live for this part too. So maybe we can get some insights from people from the audience and everything. Nikos, please.
First of all, I would like to thank the speakers actually for introducing to us and presenting very interesting ideas and thoughts. We as DCN, as we told you before, we are a community of practice. We are not an organization that organizes philosophical questions like Socrates, Aristotle, etc., but it is rather a community of action, doing things. So all these great speakers have managed to capture our attention because they presented both the theoretical approach behind it, but giving a very concrete examples of doing things. So this actually brainstorming, it is part of the things that we do, and more specifically, we aim at you. We want you to say or to come up with specific ideas on how we can move forward of what it has been presented. I'm sorry for turning my back to the rest. So what DCN as a community of practice is doing, it is that we organize forums like that, but after that we want actually to come up from you and tell us what would you like to do. Do you think that it would be important to do an influencers analysis? This is what we have done in Europe, for example. We have done an influencers analysis of people that they have an impact in the society through digital mediums, like Instagram, etc. Do you think that this is something that it will benefit your society? Do you think that we can actually do something together with peers of you, with community leaders from you, that as we have seen from one of the presentations, you will go back to your community and teach them something? Do you think that as part of this community of practice of DCN, what it is needed in order to help our communities to tackle this information, to promote actually inclusion, and to promote live discussions, what it is needed? To create a community media, to create actually some, to offer some seminars, online trainings. Together with Thomas students, Greek students and students from Colombia, we have done a series of podcasts regarding climate change. So this is what we want you to do, and all of our great speakers are sitting there in order to move forward this discussion. We don't want this meeting today and tomorrow to be something that it will be left on the papers, but it will come out with very nice and very interesting things. Thank you very much. So the microphone is on you, actually. Who wants to start? Me again, because I love speaking.
Eu falo inglês, eu falo em português. Eu falo português mesmo.
So I'm speaking Portuguese. Thank you, everyone. It was so important to have heard everyone. First, I have a question to you. When you spoke about how technology, at the beginning we thought technology would help democracy, but that was an illusion. So, in your view, what do you think? Is technology an impediment to democracy even more today? The 20th century was a century of reality TV. Not only bidirectional, it was usually one directional. This is the basic principle. If there are ways of going back, maybe not much. The internet has always two-way roads. As a result, anyone can speak. And what has been done in the last few years, among other things, we have been putting in place tools that make participation, citizen participation, easier. For example, the participatory budget that we have in Brazil. In the tradition of participatory budgets, you need face-to-face meetings in which one community makes a proposal. Okay? Now, one possibility is, of course, to broaden the opportunities. In other words, many people making proposals, in addition to those that are physically present in a meeting, and also people that belong to organizations. Some people may be in a district, neighborhood organization, and others may be out of it. Okay? So in a way, you broaden the possibilities. There's also the possibility of, although we are still member of a group, One group may talk to other groups. If you go to Brazil Participativo, you will see some consultation processes that have been held. And, for example, suppose you have a proposal that you know, so you can make your comments, you can support that particular proposal and then and answer it. In other words, you have more participation possibilities. Can you do this with digital tools? Of course, you can. And there are also risks. One such risk is that you no longer have collective spaces because everyone will only want to participate individually, not as groups. When you take into account risks and possibilities, I think we have a concrete example of ways to go, and also, of course, to answer the question that Nico asked. And these things can help in participatory processes, making them broader with more in-depth discussions. But they may also make things worse. You may have people that are like digital nomads. They might participate or not participate. So you need to be careful and you need to think about the process. And in conclusion, if at the end of the participatory budget you make just very small decisions, it will serve no purpose and there's no digital tool that will help. This is a problem of many participatory experiences. We make decisions of things that are not important at all, and the great decisions are made by others. So is this digital or analog? It's not. It's neither one or the other, or it's both. It's political, and this is the most important point. So we may, of course, use digital tools to make the most of it. Okay, was that clear? Yeah? Okay. Good afternoon. My question, I've already done some research on it. It's a very open question to no one in particular. In 2014 in Brazil, there was a case of a woman who was killed as a result of misinformation. She was battered by men and women for about 2 hours, and she ended up dying in the the coastal city of Guarujá, on the coast of São Paulo. There was a portrait of a person that had nothing to do with her that had been publicized, and she was reported to have kidnapped children for performing rituals, and people thought it was her, and she wasn't the person. At the same time, there was no police report on kidnapping at all in her location. So my question is, how can we discuss media education in places where you have little access to information or that you have misinformation? I see that in poorer areas, it's not easy for information to reach slums or other poor areas. So this is a challenge in itself, making sure the right information gets there. So how can we ensure that media education gets there to these communities so that people have access to the right information and that they can participate in democracy? This is the other panel, right? Panel number 2, I think. We are here on the side, and I'll continue speaking in Portuguese, okay? This question is amazing. Thank you for asking it. I think we should first discuss the concept of education and its reach. When you think about taking media education to places which are on the margins, right, as these slum communities, we need educators, teachers, communicators, that we need to train these people for them to take media education to these areas. Last Saturday, for instance, I participated in an event in the Perisopolis slum, the slum community, with a group of slums called G10 that are focused on developing slums as places of power and creativity. So young people there were discussing journalisms in the outskirts, on the margins of society, that would provide solutions to those communities. These were young people from 18 to 25 who were there interested in understanding media education and how media education could be used in their daily activities to make sure that media education reached these target audiences. Now, when you think about formal education, the public school network or government-funded schools, they should make sure teachers are ready to work to tackle misinformation, hate speech, or fake news, right, or rumors in classrooms. So what do we need to achieve this? We need media education of teachers. So we have many challenges. The challenge of educating teachers in media education so that they are trained and then that they can take that content to their students. And then in formal spaces, how can you create a network of educators that can help us do this job? And there's one LUPA project which is interesting, and I think, yes, exactly. I believe things are not at random in this life. I'll just read news. LUPA this Wednesday opens the registration for the second edition of Mirante. That's a fact-checking course for journalists or journalism students, media students, or inhabitants of slums and also indigenous people. So if you fit in, please register. This course is open. Registration is open until September 16th. That's one very concrete point. It's not the first time LUPA holds such courses. Since 2020, LUPA has held editions of workshops where in the slums. In Rio, it's easier because LUPA is in Rio de Janeiro. We have a program that says it's on how to develop video content for communities in the outskirts and slums. And also in São Paulo, we have a project to address disinformation, especially on WhatsApp. So there's a lot out there being done, not only by LUPA, of course. So what is missing? And that's why we feel a little guilty. We need to improve communication. We're not communicating enough for that information to reach you or your friends and community members. But you also need to be interested. So it's like a two-way road, right? You just tell us. We need a fact-checking workshop. If you ask this of us, we will do that for certain, right? So we just need to make sure that we go where we need to go, but then we need to be asked to do these things. So again, everyone is invited to participate in our project. Good afternoon. I have a question that is similar to what Victor said. That's Gabriel Caplan. That's how you pronounce it, about participation and democracy. And my question is, how can we make sure that Latin American people participate in politics if they don't have minimal conditions of survival? How can you require this? And how can you train teachers to provide media education when students are at school? Because they need to eat, or their social weakness is such that teachers cannot even reach these students. So when you consider all this social inequality, or social inequalities. How can you really reach this population that is marginalized?
That's hard, but I have two answers for you. First, I think your question is valid for something that you basically haven't said, because I know that we don't have a lot of time. We need to talk about what is democracy. What's the minimal idea of democracy? Is democracy possible without social justice? Some scholars say that it's almost the opposite. The problem is that capitalism and social justice cannot coexist. And there's a strong connection between capitalism and democracy. So what is democracy? What model of democracy do we really want? And a part of this interest in Latin America, which is so important, is that for many people, democracy is not connected to the problems that we see in real life, the real problems. So correct me if I'm wrong. In Argentina, I think the Argentinian president said that with democracy, you can eat, you can fight, and you can get educated. I think that's one of his campaign statements, or maybe it was the president. In any case, the idea that this president expressed is a way of saying that democracy does work. It's the best place to solve concrete issues, and it only does not happen when your perception changes, or when we talk about how democracy is disconnected from concrete issues, and that can lead to a serious political issue. That can't be solved through media education. That's a very serious political issue, but it's also a point for reflection. If we believe that you can solve things better with democracy, then you need to think about what democracy you're speaking about. A key component here is thinking about a type of democracy that not only selects your representatives in elections every 4 or 6 years, but that includes interventions in several policies throughout all this time. Not everyone can participate in everything, but many people do want to participate in what impacts them. So if you have those opportunities, I do think that democracy will be valued again. And that's why I want to answer your question with this. Beyond media education, if you have democratic education, you need to think about how you connect several initiatives together. We need to make an effort to advance with participative democracy, with real action, where people can intervene with actual problems, and how to do it with educational processes that will make democracy live as a valuable thing, not because we selected our representatives only, but because we also solved a issue from real life, from everyday life, in a participative way. But this kind of democracy has been attempted around the world. We have wonderful experiences, but that's not the kind of democracy that we currently see, where it seems like things are okay, and then you have to select a president every number of years. Does that make sense? Thank you. I'd like to contribute with an example that happened yesterday. We had the elections in Ecuador, and besides selecting a president and members of Congress, we had a public referendum. There were 2 questions, and the population had to decide if they had to leave part of the Amazon that was being explored alone, so that it would no longer be explored. There were many movements. Some people were defending life, but paradoxically, the populations that are under that exploitation, people who inhabit those areas, which are people who are a part of the Ecuadorian Amazon, which are often tribes that are uncontacted, asked people to vote no. Journalists then started to try to find them so that they could explain why this petition was made. Because this is a region that has a high level of biodiversity, it's certified by UNESCO, and what they said is, if oil companies left, they would no longer have access to electricity, healthcare system, and other state structures. So, to answer your question about democracy and what needs people have that have been unmet by the government, since there is a shortage of government, or if the government is not present, they see the exploration of the forests as a way of having a better life. So in the public referendum, they were able to suspend this exploration, but if you look at the number of votes that were impacted, they didn't want it to stop. So participation is not necessarily only collective. It needs to be understood and informed. And this goes both ways. The government needs to act, but also the population needs to provide information. And this is where education and media literacy has a huge value. Informational education is connected to democracy. What we do in our observatory in Ecuador, we take the assumption that democracy was created based on the tools that we have, communication methods, ideologies, but it's also important to compare different democracies. In any case, it's an expression that is modulated by your own culture. So that's why we need to understand those variations and inform society so that they can understand the assumptions in that system. So just to conclude, in this group, the population that was impacted in the forest, well, for me, if they understand the negative impact of oil drilling there, they would definitely vote for it not to happen. But since the state is not there to service the minimal demands that they have for food and healthcare, they see the forest as being privatized, and that provides them with a better life. Also because they don't have access to transparent information, and that's a part of media education. So it's not only about informing, but you have to inform based on your values and your language. Many of them don't speak Spanish. Many of them speak Tagaeri and Tagomenani, which are native languages. And if they don't get information in their language, they won't understand it. The same happens with Quechua groups in Ecuador and in other countries that don't have access to Spanish as a language. So this information needs to arrive to them in their own language so that they can understand what is happening in their own context. Finally, if we have diversity, if we're able to overcome this, a part of media education is also connected to how we talk to people in their own language. This can happen with people who are visually impaired, for example. If they need to read Braille, we need to write texts in Braille. We have to give new context to this language to understand that all of that should be inclusive.
Actually, the very interesting discussion, and I would like to correspond because based on what it has been said before, I would like to build upon in order to describe better what DCN is and why we consider important to have your engagement. As it has been mentioned before, democracy is about actually real action. But real action, it means that it is based on informative decisions. Do I have the chance actually to reach these informative decisions? Or have I been exposed to the power of social media, simplistic wording and polarizing phrasing? So this is where media education and actually media literacy becomes what it is the title of these today's events. Information as a public good that leads actually in bridging or addressing social inequalities. Because we truly believe that democracy, and this is a foundation upon which DCN has been has been actually created, how to use digital technologies as a tool to equip and make the best use of the society. And to that end, I will use an example of an idea that we have implemented in order to address a main issue that seems to be a unique issue of Americas, but it is an issue that, believe me, it is equally discussed in the rest of the world. The idea was actually this intervention, it has been named Invisible Cities. The idea that I have proposed and we have actually implemented together with a group of young students from my university and from other European universities was actually to make stories that for people that we don't usually listen. How many times you listen stories about, let's say, of immigrants? How many times you have listened about stories of indigenous population? How many times we have listened the stories of a person that actually is a cleaner here? None. These are the invisible parts of our societies. So democracy actually, and this is the core of our belief, begins at the day after. It's not only about, if we want to build transparent, representative societies, we have actually to exploit digital technologies and especially all these kind of ideas that we might have in order actually to address this type of problems. I'm sorry. Thank you.
É para você aqui na frente. Você vai ter que sair. Ah, tá bom, tá bom. Renato ou Mário, se vocês quiserem ficar aqui com a gente, vai ser um prazer. Just one thing before, if you could also, beyond the questions, but point some aspects that you think, oh, this is the most important thing that has been said in the morning. I pay attention on this point. This is a weak point that we haven't discussed it so far, or this is one that we need to discuss further, because it's going to map for us what we need to do as a next step. So, of course, you can do how many questions do you want, but if you want to point some aspects to, that will be good for us, for the understanding what you have understood.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. I have an open question, so anyone can answer. So I'm going to talk a bit about laws and how effective they are in the digital environment. We often talk about creating laws to regulate the digital world, but how do we really enforce those laws to provide security for everyone's data and everything like that? And I'd also like to know how governments, companies, and organizations can use information and the power of communication, or even as communication professionals, how can we use the power of information to ensure that laws will be enforced in the digital world? The structure that we have is discussing digital education, which is, of course, very important, but if we really can't ensure that laws will be followed, education is not going to matter that much, because that's not how things are going to happen. So I'd just like to hear your take on that. How can we enforce laws in the digital world effectively? That's a great question. So again, I'll be very radical and provocative. Currently, the biggest crimes are being committed within the law. So within the limits of the law. The law that should protect everyone is allowing the police to persecute peddlers, but we never get to the core of the issue. And I'm speaking this, and it gives me pain because I come from Colombia, thinking about everything that happened in Colombia. After everything we went through, nothing happened. So I can speak about that from a personal experience. Considering the digital world, it always depends on what law you want to have and what you want to bring to new technologies, if you want to benefit businesses or the public interest. Of course, this also goes for intellectual property. It also goes for education in the digital world. So I do believe there's some tension here, as we've heard before. So what structure should we use? Where do we want to begin in our use of technologies? So there's a beautiful article written called Are Artifacts Political? At the time, they thought that technologies were always neutral. And this is an idea that gets pushed to us by the corporations that create technologies, that they don't have any underlying politics there, that they are just a tool. The author of this article asked and cites the example of an architect that designed many buildings in New York. The question was, why aren't there any black or poor people in the parks in Long Island? Because the architect that created the project set the boardwalks at a height where no public transportation came. So it didn't allow public transport to reach those parks. Only private cars were able to reach the parks in Long Island. So this author, Wieners, raises this idea so that we think about how people move around the city. You can create atomic energy, but who's going to handle that? The citizens? No, the military. They're the ones who are going to deal with atomic power. It's very hierarchical, but if we think about public transport with bicycles, then each person has their own drive. So the technology that we adopt will define how a city moves, and if that's going to be democratic or not, and if that power is going to be in the hands of many or only a few. I think every design has politics behind them. How technologies are designed is politically based, and that can drive us to have radical positions or not. If we adopt centralized technologies like big data, artificial intelligence, where you depend on centralized powers, then our society won't be as democratic. If we're able to adapt local technologies, if they're considered at a local level, then we're going to have a healthier and more participative democracy. I'm not sure if that answers your question.
Should I speak Portuguese or Spanish? Whichever language you prefer. Well, I was wondering, so first, this is something I've been studying since 2018. So I think I have an international perspective that I can add to this conversation. And what I can say is there's no law that decreases misinformation. Nowhere in the world does it do this. So I'd like to add to your question the following. If you assume, or start from this point, which is undeniable, how far do we need laws? And what kind of laws do we need? This is a conversation we've been having, right? And I'd like to start from this point. Where do you expect, how do you expect that laws sort things out? That's not a fact, right? It won't solve the problem of misinformation. Thank you for sharing this. I had no idea of not having a law that ensures this. I was discussing the law, and this is the word I associate with it, because today we have a lot of information in the digital media. Data, personal data, are out there, and as everything else in the world, in the digital world, is an exchange of information. I think you understood my point. The digital world is about exchanging information. As you want to ensure security and quality information, you can use that information itself and the speed with which it is exchanged to tackle misinformation and ensure everyone remains secure, to ensure quality information or to address misinformation. So you use witchcraft against the wizard. And as I mentioned in my presentation before, we have a very interesting week on August 25th, this Friday. Correct me if I'm wrong, but we will have the greatest effort, a rulemaking effort that has ever been made worldwide to address digital problems. That's the Digital Services Act and the Digital Market Act. And the latest news are that these platforms and big techs, Alibaba and also Arms and Booking.com, they're all failing in all tests that are being run. And that's an interesting point you've raised. And this is my personal opinion. You need to change your focus. When you talk about regulation and rules, you're always trying to obstruct or impede those that are doing the wrong thing, right? The wrongdoers. But rather, Patricia and I have been fighting in the opposite direction. We want to provide support to those that do the right thing. So my answer to your question, or no, let him speak. He wants to speak, João. I apologize. I refuse to sit there, and now I will answer, and I'll be leaving in a minute. But that's not because I don't like, debating. My answer might be different from Christina's anyway. We disagree, and we agree to disagree. My view is that the proposal by the European Union focuses on systemic risk evaluation. This concept, I believe, is mistaken when it comes to regulating the financial market and the environment. And the idea is to focus on what Julio said was a structural issue of platforms, digital platforms. As you promote engagement as the major indicator, showing how these platforms work, because they need time and also engagement. You need posts, you need likes, you need sharings. So this activity in this business model, you have lots of negative externalities or negative side effects. So the European Union gets it right in that it's the first regulation that will supersede what Christina has mentioned. So far, as Christina said, no one has been able to improve it with regulatory efforts. It doesn't mean they won't do it, right? But you don't have cause and effect, linear relations everywhere. Why am I giving you such a lengthy response? One thing is, when you don't face the causes of the problem, if you don't address the root cause, you won't be able to solve it just with good information or positive information. At any rate, will you be able to strike a balance and solve problems? 10 years ago, you never talked about fake news. You didn't even have that phrase, right? Christina already used it, in advance, but these people use the word rumors. And what are rumors? After all, rumors, they are fed by negative or positive emotions that we have. If you're fearful, if you're afraid, if you are resentful, if you hate something, or you might be expecting maybe to get, money from the sky. So you start expecting, hoping that it will happen at some point. Now, the problem is, in the last 60 years, like between post-war, Second World War, and today, professional journalism put rumors in the background, and everything else was around rules and regulations that would ensure at least their credibility and stay away from fake news or disinformation. So what platforms do, and that was before social media. Now with digital platforms, they will bring fake news back to the public domain, and that makes us go back 100 years before. Sorry for this lengthy answer, and this was my contribution before I leave. I apologize, as we are not having people speaking on the microphone for the moment. There. Everyone thinks about content, but not in digital tools or the laws. Everyone that addresses this, they focus on content and addressing content problems. Now, when you think about IT, when you install an app on your smartphone or any other information or search engine, you may accept many things at the same time, and a lot of what you accept, that's the way it works legally, and the platforms as a result will generate some behavior algorithm if that particular user, the platform knows when to get access to your camera, to your photo collection, to your search history. So they build a profile of you, and all the information that might be interesting to you from all platforms will be sent to you. Everything will be interconnected. That's the way it works. And it's not possible to create world legislation on this. This is the greatest problem. If you think about the content of the problem, that's one thing, but fake news, you've had that, for over 40, 50 years, since the War of the Worlds, and what we saw in many countries, not only in the United States, but also in Ecuador and Quito. And the same thing, they repeated that soap opera, and they set fire to the radio station. So you should raise the bar not only in terms of content, but what platforms and devices do to us. And part of media education is that when you're in an app, on an app, you're providing legal right to the app owners to access your microphone, your camera. They can hear what you're saying, and or at least keywords, right? Not everything that you say. That they, for example, listen to, or they can hear vacation and beach, so they will give you offers of beach vacations. They don't hear everything, but they get keywords and generate behavior codes based on them. Now, this is something that is needed in media literacy. You should inform people, citizens, that when you install something on your devices, you're providing legal right to that app to listen to you, to see you, and to forge a profile. And you have databases everywhere. You know everything about you, where you're located, what, and so on and so forth. They can map your movements. And this device is enough, right? All your life is there. To whom you write, to whom you answer, and so on and so forth. It's really complex. So the laws should be focusing on this type of discussion, and this is why we need an informed society. Not only saying okay, 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 and that's it. You need to know to whom we're giving access, to whom we're giving privileges in Brazil, Ecuador, Colombia, wherever. They have your information. They can create a profile on you. If you support a particular candidate or political party, they will know. And if you're against it, they will know that too. So what we call infoxication is based on the amount of information that we get. Every person in Latin America on average gets between 14 and 50,000 typical messages. And that is messages associated with your profile without you looking for it, depending on what you get. So that is what we call infoxication, and the idea of not identifying what is right or wrong. Even journalists say that that information is false without the proper fact checking. I'd like to add that I was answering your questions mentally, right? I think it was much faster. Anyway, what I have to say is that regulation, rather than rules, they can be very complex. And technology, as well as crime, it goes, of course, faster than regulation. So we think about political participation and democracy, and I remembered a particular case. You might find some similar situation in your countries if you look for it. I can give you one example. In local elections, regional elections in Bogota, in Colombia. So in Colombia, you can run in a particular political party, and you get supports with signatures. And candidates try to do this. If you have electoral regulations based on traditional technology, so the laws look at TV time, radio time slots, but they never analyze what is behind a communication team on social media. They can change very fast. Or maybe the information that is generated by traffic. I can give you one example of a candidate in Peru, Viedo. His campaign was on social media. And it was so good, it was such good work, that he's now wondering if he maybe anticipated some events in his campaign. is getting his signatures. He can run this campaign, or in the election time, and technology will not be neutral, and legislation and the rules will never get there in time. This is why we should look at this type of situation and think about our efforts. Let's forget about the opposites. It's not the state against the citizen. It's a joint responsibility in policies that can be anticipated, and then, of course, make the best of information. And then we should have the right tools, right? So we will not have any other way, I believe. In other words, everyone has a very similar phone, right? You see, everyone is using what? 6 channels, 3 languages, simultaneous interpretation, 3 cameras, 3 angle takes. Now, if I think about my phone, just myself, it's completely different. And that cannot be regulated. As I came as far as here, I wanted to share this. And I'd also like to add that we have very good tools in social media and technology, with or without regulation. And these are social control tools, and also voice multipliers that we didn't have before. And influencers might be very negative. They might put your health at risk. For instance, those people that give advice like food, diet advice that might even lead to problems. But you may also have those that report or share opinions, or even lobby and put pressure into people for lawmakers, and also create alternative opinion spaces. And this is something we must look at. Technology does not need to be necessarily negative. Why am I saying this? Because what we see rules are rules, and they're based on the language of law. We have Julio, who's a lawyer. Please correct me if I'm wrong. But I think that we have different ways of drafting contracts, right? Or agreements. We have some freedom, some leeway, but we are more at peace if you have a professional providing that service. But I'm talking about commercial services and digital services. You have particular agreements, and that doesn't mean that you accept a license or not. But if you have a product, you need to accept that license. You need to agree with it, right? That's how the system works. You need to agree with the provisions of the contract. And how do you put that into place? Well, the market will prevail on individual rights, while you have, for example, countries where processes, and in Colombia, for instance, that's a country with slower processes. So when you have misleading advertising, you will finally reach an end. But when you think about the digital media in Colombia, you have one economic group. Although you have laws regulating it, no one should have over, 49% of the financial sector. And in Colombia, it's not like that. You have one group that owns over 65%, so it doesn't add up at the end of the day. And to add to this, it's not just about punishment, it's about promoting things.
So I believe that we're lagging behind when it comes to that. I don't know specifically about Brazil, but I can talk about other countries in the region. We talked about regulating platforms, but I think we're a little bit naive when it comes to that. How can we create alternative platforms in each region? I don't know if China is the most democratic example I could give here, but it illustrates what I mean. They have a very specific ecosystem. I don't think we know enough about that, so I won't go into details, but can we create information mechanisms in Brazil, as many countries decided to do? Personal informational environments are changing. If you have the option of following a podcast to get informed or a certain influencer to read about a certain topic, you can get information from all sides, but in a way, we're all under other powers that are much more structural. So I think that media education, as was said before very well, also connects to not victimizing the user, not thinking of users as victims of platforms that are doing this and that. We know that does happen, but that's not the whole truth. We also need to empower people and help them have better quality participation. We need to inform them about deliberation as well. We are focused on seeing what rights people have, but we can also talk about what services they need to access. Digital citizenship aims at that. For example, government services. What can you do online? That's one touch point for citizenship. Another core issue is what's your level of participation and how much quality is there when you participate online? When you're in an online forum, do you contribute at all? How do you contribute? Or do you only have like an anonymous account on Twitter where you troll and contribute to disinformation? So I think how we participate is also a core element of media education. To conclude, I was thinking about the first questions that were asked. I work with teachers in rural areas that don't have much access to technology. They also have a romantic view of technology. I don't want to romanticize, their lack of access to digital information, but there's always a distinction. I think media educators often base themselves on some assumptions, thinking that people don't have access to the same medias I access. But which medias do they access? Is there a hierarchy? People find a way of communicating, right? So that also needs to be considered when we're talking about information. It's much more diverse than we often think. I have two questions. First, as Marcos said, and as you said as well, shouldn't we discuss that? Because if we say, we can't do anything, well, lately we've talked a lot about that. And I imagine that, yes, we have to change the rules of the game. These contracts are valid. Should they be seen as legitimate? Do things happen similarly in Brazil? I think that's a valid discussion in any case. The only thing you can't do is not do anything at all. If you accept the terms, the user agreement, then you can't do anything. Well, but does that mean that you're not going to use any apps? But we can change the rules, maybe. You also mentioned an example on the Ecuadorian Amazon rainforest. My question to you is, this population needs to get information in their language, but we also need to have policies built with them so that these things change, so that we can suspend oil exploration. But of course, we're not going to be left out of the healthcare system by doing that. But if we don't look at the actions made, education itself won't solve everything. So that's a point I'd like to raise on legislation. One law won't solve the entire issue. It won't, because how many laws are there? I mean, I don't know if you know this term that we use in Brazil. We say, for example, that this law didn't catch on. Some laws get approved, but they don't get enforced. They're not effective because they didn't catch on, meaning that they didn't work. People don't respect them. The problem I hear when it comes to fighting disinformation is that there's a general feeling that laws are going to solve everything and they're going to clean up the informational environment, removing hate speech and false information. Because as Brazilians, we often try to think of a magic solution. One of the biggest issues I see in all of this legislative talk is that there are no magic solutions. We have solutions that are built together that need to be discussed without polarization, without a political debate on whether it is censorship or not, or whether they will solve the issue or not. We have a problem because let's take a look at Bill 2630. It was called the Fake News Bill, but it's not about disinformation. It's a law about transparency, accountability, and freedom online. When you have more transparency, then you will, of course, fight against harmful information or damaging content. But to what point can you really solve issues? For example, the anti-democratic movement in January 8th, people were being called not to break things in Brasilia, but to go to a party. Is the platform going to be able to look at that content and remove it if it's just called a party? I mean, it could be anyone's party, right? We wouldn't be able to control it anyways. The important part of this discussion, and what I think we're failing at discussing, is that we're not talking about transparency for user agreements. When we access a social network, for example, do we just accept user agreements because we'll be left out if we don't? Shouldn't we be able to demand changes from the platform, asking for a more transparent user agreement that's clearer or more direct, that would really inform the user that when they accept going into that network, that they're going to have their microphone or their screen seen so that they can decide if they're going to accept it? That should be in the legislation. So we need to think about how platforms are built, their architecture, so that they disencourage harmful content or damaging content, and so that they favor engagement and involvement. And that's how we're going to be able to fight against damaging content. But again, it's not about the law alone. We need to have media education. We need to have education for democracy. We need to be able to fight hate speech, promoting human rights. And there are many other issues that make fighting disinformation something that needs to be much more comprehensive than just a single law. I'd just like to contribute with two things, a story and a piece of data, just to give you an idea of how the data economy is so big. When my university was going through a digital transformation, I hired McKinsey, which everyone knows, and they had some training sessions. One was called Abilities to Execute. It was 3 months long. And when I wanted to download it to LinkedIn, I had to accept that McKinsey could publish things on my behalf. So that's where we want it. That's where we are. If I wanted to tag McKinsey, I had to accept that user agreement. And that changes things completely. Now, data. If you look at the latest report from the World Forum on Emerging Technologies, it's called 10 Emerging Technologies. One of them is called green computing. And what they say there is give some information on the volume that we're dealing with. 1% of the energy that we produce, 1% of all power produced in the world is used for searches in data. So that includes Google, social networks, and data processing services. So 1% of all the energy produced in the world is used for that. That's the size of how much data we have, and that's why we need to work so much.
Back into English. First one, there are two or three researchers that are trying to make a universal code for terms of acceptance. So you read like icons, and it's easier to understand what you are accepting or not, because it's too many words, too many pages to read when you accept something. So they are creating a kind of universal codes that you just drop your eyes and say, oh, it's okay, it's not, oh, I'm going to use this information. So this is one thing. And what Thomas said, what I think is really interesting, is that about design, and Marco too, design and content. Sonia Livingston from the London School of Economics, she developed a guideline to develop digital apps or softwares for kids. And those designs not only protect the kids, but they open space for them to exercise their rights online, which is different, not only to prohibit things, but what kind of design the kids can express themselves with safety, where they can put their wishes in a more clear way, this kind of thing. So we have always this thing, even in the digital design, you can encourage people to express yourself depending on the design and protect themselves as well, depends on the design you do. So this work of Sonia Livingston, I deeply suggest that you look for. It's called Children Rights Design Guideline. So it's very, very interesting. Yes, I have, amigo, como você chama mesmo? Davi, você quer fazer tua pergunta? Ah, então tá. We have half an hour of discussion, and I just want to put one big question before open the mic for you. Não, eu vou passar para ele, tá bom? Só vou fazer uma pergunta. I think we have to start to think what we can do together. If we think about one big question, what do we want? What do we miss researching? What do we miss to know that we haven't talked today? How can we dip further in some aspect that we haven't discussed this morning? You can help us with that. What aspect, what issue, what kind of mapping can we do together, focus on South America, not only Brazil, because we are South America. So this is a live in the air just for us to think. Você tem microfone aí?
Alô? Oi.
So hearing this conversation and this debate on digital inclusion, we're talking about communities and people who don't have access to the digital world yet, to the world of information. And I'm thinking about the future generations. But one thing I'd like to bring to this debate is, well, we saw a generation of people who grew up without having the digital world, who participated in this transition, people who are, between 40 and 60 today, and who were very careful about disinformation in the digital world, who taught us not to trust everything that you read online. And little by little, they started being seduced or corrupted by disinformation. So they are now in the world of disinformation, and they played a very significant role at spreading it, especially in the latest elections. people who passed on disinformation and so on. So from your perspective, what measures can be taken to bring this part of the population back to wanting information and wanting truthful information? Thank you. I'll try to keep it brief. I think there's a very interesting discussion there. People who are between 40 and 60, in general in Latin America, were people who joined the world of technology sort of by force, and now they share everything on WhatsApp groups. Grandma and grandpa are sharing information, news, without knowing if it's true or false, with conspiracy theories and so on. The end of the world, the Armageddon, is probably the 15th version of it, and they share everything. And what happens is now we need to think that media education also needs to reach people who are older. We assume that people who are older are more rational. And we think that's why they will not be fooled by all the fake news. But they're the ones who share this the most. In our communication observatory, we had a study last year, and we noticed that people who between 35 and 68 were the ones that most share or most produce fake news. People who don't confirm if that's real or not, and who learn to share things on WhatsApp, and the news is being shared since people are a part of a number of groups, so it creates a network effect. We also need to train adults, or at least teach them, about their responsibilities with the media and what they can do to inform others. So that's also a challenge. We need to educate people or re-educate people about the consequences of sharing information online. Information and communication are different things, of course. One is how it's produced, and the other one is how it's replicated. I have three brief things to say. First, that statement is not true. It really depends on the platform, that the oldest are the ones that reproduce things. I'm exaggerating things, but I just wanted to keep that in mind. It depends on the platform. I mean, people who are spreading disinformation on TikTok are under 20. So all of these generalizations are very dangerous in the world of disinformation, and they produce stereotypes. Pablo Hortelado is one of our colleagues, and in 2018, he gave a talk that I'll never forget. That was before the elections in Brazil. I asked him, I was a mediator, and I said, so how do we do things when we're so polarized? And he said, that was in 2018, 7.5% of the population was polarized to the right, and 7% was polarized to the left, according to his measurements at the time. And he said that our efforts are not to bring these 15% to the center. It's to prevent that figure from growing. So as fact checkers and as someone who's fighting disinformation, you need to focus to prevent people from being lost to fake news. You shouldn't spend all of your efforts bringing people back. I know that it's frustrating because I imagine that your family is like mine and that you have people who are going into that abyss of stupidity, but I think that that's very important. We're very few, we don't have much money, and we don't have a lot of energy, and if we're going to spend it all on these lost souls, we're going to push others into that group. So we should focus on people who are still listening. That's very important. From the moment you make this effort, there's no miracle. Just like fact-checking is not going to solve everything. Every WhatsApp group needs to have someone who is the media literacy specialist. and what needs to be done. Each one of us needs to have the courage to be that person, because that is a very annoying person to be. It's that person that fights against their family members. But we need to take on that task and not pass it forward. What are we going to do about it? Well, no, what am I going to do about it? What can you do about it in your family group, in your group of friends, to with information with a good source, so that you can give them the hand and try to unbundle that image. Let's see who took that picture. I mean, that's less than others are going to do, but it's more than each one of us will do. So I don't think we can sit down and let things happen. That's what I wanted to say.
Okay. First, thank you. Thank you for holding this event. It's amazing to see such incredible discussion taking place. I'd like to praise everything that is being discussed, and I love that we have representatives of other Latin American countries. However, there's one thing that sprang to mind this afternoon, and this was we here. I mean, how many people out of Brazil? But in Brazil, we are still seen as white. And when you consider the numbers of people, I mean, you have gender, you have just 2 women and a lot of men. And I don't see any person representing the black community and other minorities that are affected by this problem we're discussing today. This lack of inclusion and access. So people from former enslaved communities, freed slaves, and also indigenous communities, not only former slaves and black communities. I don't know how much you know about this project, but are you planning to include these people, other people that are affected, that we're talking about them and not with them or together with them? So maybe you should address this in a different way. And also the thing about gender inequality. Your reflection, your ideas are very, very important when we are doing this type of study. My answer is yes. My answer is we should share our experiences in Latin America. In representativeness, of course, is a result of our experiences in this type of study. But we are in different networks. In Colombia, I lead networks that include many different people. And we're seeing also media literacy for people that don't even have access to the internet, that work offline, or people that don't speak Spanish in Colombia, and also different age groups, older people, and so on and so forth. So in Colombia, like with many of you who are here, in Colombia we represent different organizations. I work for UNESCO and many others. You have regional chapters of these organizations. You have initiatives that are taking place in Africa and Asia too. And we meet there and we represent all these people, and we make all these people visible, the people that you are mentioning. This is very important, and this is taking place. Of course, we are unbalanced, unequal. But we are aware of this, of what we see in all the organizations we're working in and working for. That's a basic premise, right? Information as a public good means information to absolutely everyone. I don't know if anyone wants to add anything. And I have a question to add to this reflection. And it has to do with one example I wanted to discuss with you. This is how we are teaching. How do these tools work? You need to consider a structural perspective. So my question is, what is a rising interest? How are people getting interested in this? We work or we're based or we are moved by different principles. And one of these principles is the principle of closeness. Whatever affects us, we tend to be very selfish. We're usually interested in that which affects us, that which we can take. And I can give you one example. In Colombia, and Marco, you said that we sometimes get confused with the message and the technology. So it has been really efficient in all campaigns when you consider the digital component of media. You're talking about phishing campaigns to avoiding that your data gets robbed or gets stolen. So you're not interested, or you end up accepting that they take your data. And Colombia made a mistake in systematizing vaccination data, and then we had a national strategy reporting these data. And you may know that in Latin America, the only technology that might reach any part of the country is, of course, text messages. SMS technology can go anywhere. That's the only one that can get anywhere. 3G, 4G, and all levels. So if you have a national survey using text messages, people thought that was phishing, that this would steal information. And they got confused with the channel and the content and the technology. So what we achieved, we try to raise awareness about this, but that was a crucial or a major technology mistake that we made. I think you're absolutely right. You've just taken a crucial, vital point. It is very important that we have a lack of Afro-American and Latin American voices, black voices, indigenous voices, and even the voices of women in these discussion spaces. That I just like to acknowledge that. I totally agree with you. And during the pandemic, we worked on the border of Colombia and Venezuela, where there was no electric power. So we used local networks. And that meant a computer where you had open educational objects, Wikipedia in Spanish, and one indigenous language there for students. That was shared by students there. So during the pandemic in particular, where we found that situation in many parts of Latin America, right? You didn't want the gap to get even wider between those that had devices and electric power and those who hadn't. So we also had one project in Guajira, in Venezuela, the largest indigenous community. And this project was called Technology Empowering for Indigenous Women in Their Own Language, Yudunaik. This year in particular, Yudunaiki was the first indigenous language after this project that was recognized as an official language in Wikipedia. And this was a beautiful exercise. We started by recognizing these devices as tracking devices, right? You have 32 sensors, right? 32 sensors. It doesn't matter the content, but you have metadata. In Colombia, it's usually stored or saved for 6 years. In Europe, it's much less. And so they know that where we are and they can track us. They know who you are meeting with and how often you go to the grocery store. They can track your consumer patterns. So, and for the indigenous world, this is crucial because they identify yourself as a indigenous woman who gets traditional indigenous clothes. You will get advertising from H&M, for instance, or maybe something that goes well matches your skin color. Or with Wikipedia, we didn't want the biography of Napoleon in the indigenous language. Rather than that, we wanted an epistemological exercise. What do you want to show from your culture, and what do you want to protect from your culture? If you want your children to learn the example of Napoleon or of your grandfather who was an indigenous leader, how important, how crucial is that technology locally? We also have black leaders on the border with Ecuador and Colombia. In my center, the center that I lead, they're concerned about the mental impact and also physical impact of these technologies, of these devices, in their and impacts on relationships, and also in populations that are haven't had much power historically. We are about to close, so I have to. We have a project with movie makers of indigenous movies, and again, to make sure that their presence is felt and heard in Colombia of these indigenous people. And we have also photography workshops and also podcasts, to storytelling podcasts and free software to maximize and strengthen these educational efforts and projects in rural spaces. So yes, I do accept this criticism of a lack of minorities in these scenarios, but I'd like to tell you about what we've been doing and that we are really building capacity in these minority communities. I can give you one example. Next year, we'll be discussing in the OMPI, we'll be discussing intellectual property on traditional knowledge. In the indigenous world, there's no possibility of discussing this on a higher level. In other words, you need to build their own capacity for them to do it rather than us white people to represent these traditional indigenous communities when it comes to representing their rights and making decisions about their fundamental rights. I'd still like to say something. I perfectly understood what you said. I'm sure that your projects embrace all these publics, all these audiences. But again, my point is about this very room, both on the part of ESPM. It's a very white school. We have a very serious problem. But also in this amazing project that you've put up, why don't we have other minorities, other people? I mean, you talked about, building capacity in indigenous peoples for them to have the intellectual level to be here. I mean, you might be underestimating these people because maybe someone is not an expert like you are, but someone who can, in a way, make significant contributions to this debate. And I'd also like to maybe ask these two ladies in the panel and ask you how you feel about this lack of representation, this lack of proportion between men and women in this room. I'd just like to well, I agree with you. I think this that you're saying is very important because this is a discussion about inclusion and about different perspectives, pluralistic views. So we need pluralism added to this discussion, diversity, and I'm sure that everyone that works in institutions that promote diversity should be working on this, but we have a lot of room for improvement, undoubtedly. And I think that this should be discussed openly so that in our next events, conferences, we have better representation and that we can hear these other voices. We had a question, how can we make this discussion reach slums? We need people from the slums here. We need people representing all voices that need to be heard in this discussion because everyone represents one little piece of the whole. And this is a pluralistic, diverse discussion that needs to be done. What's your name again? David. That was wonderful. Your perspective was crucial. This is something we might overlook, and it's important that you bring it up. And it's even hard to say, can I make a comment? But I'm a white man, and I'm a white woman. Yes, I am, but, well, we need to work hard on this. And I'd just like to clarify that when we were organizing this, and this was done by many different people. We invited more women and black people that for different reasons could not attend. So invitation, we did send invites. And at the end of the day, not everyone could come. Anyway, your point was very good. And everyone that is here does other things. We're working in my organization with black and indigenous communities. There are many different things that are being done, and what we are doing today, we need to make these connections. And this is the first meeting that DCN is organizing in Brazil. So this is one recommendation that is crucial. Thank you very much for bringing this up. And I'll just let them maybe say something, or I'd just like to hear what they have to say. I think everyone has already explained about the need for further additional representation in our projects. Before I can talk about myself on this panel that is mostly made up, by men, but I know what these men represent in their own organizations. They're here, but their entities, their institutions, their organizations, they look at diversity, pluralism, and they're always, trying to make media education make a difference in for everyone. I'm also a white woman who works and tries to, work in diversity. Our media education team is a diverse, pluralistic team, and I'd like to have voices from the slums and indigenous people groups. But I think it's a matter of time. It will happen eventually. Last May, I don't know if you were aware of this, we held the International Meeting on Media Education. We had 500 people here. There was a wide diversity of, people. I don't feel underrepresented as a woman on this panel. I think we are here representing different organizations that, in their DNA, they are concerned about equity and also representativeness. They are representing everyone. I don't feel underrepresented here at all. I know that these men I know what they're representing. And me, I think that, well, to begin with, the universe, our universe is much more feminine. The fact-checking universe is much more of a woman's universe. Anyway, there's a balance there. I agree with Patricia. I'm absolutely sure that these men here, they work in diversity, and I think you're absolutely right in terms of gender and race, and also mental and physical abilities. This is on everyone's agenda. And what I'd like to say is that when I founded Lupa, we had 4 people, 3 women. And Lupa, we had a premise that we wouldn't have more than have women. Lupa is a space for women. They're always very welcome. And in terms of race, we don't have more than 40% of white people. We have a diversity of races. And one more important point is that in my universe, when I hire people, is that there's not enough people to hire. So that's one problem that we have. You need people. I have great difficulty finding people. We started a program. There was a partnership with the United States and Germany, and we had an open call throughout Brazil. We spent money to get applications from people from all over Brazil, from the north and northeast, and we don't get people. I think that fact checking, information checking, these two have been, growing, and we're still discussing here to discuss these things, but it's not yet something that attracts the attention of minorities, and I need help. And I think we can discuss this tomorrow in our hackathon. How can you mobilize people? How can you summon in a way? How can you attract? How can you encourage or arouse people's interest? So you have hatred and other things that are much more complex. So this is something for us to discuss tomorrow.
Wonderful. Just to conclude my line of thinking, of course, I'm not disregarding the fact that you consider this, but I did want to talk about this room in itself and about how this can change in the next events. Because, just thinking quickly, I think Fabiana Moraes, a journalist from The Intercept, could be here. She's a Black Northeastern woman. So I do think that it is possible. And I think that it can change in the future. Thank you.
I think the role of actually wrapping up our very interesting today's meeting. I will start by what it had dominated the agenda at the very last moment. I want to emphasize that for us, DCN, this lies at the core of our attention and at the core of our action. And to be more specific, we actually emphasize not just in having people with us, but actually having people under the same terms. So this means that actually it's not one issue is to invite someone to be part of this panel, but the most important issue is actually to be able to achieve that they will participate under the same conditions. So in order to do so, we work directly inside the communities, as many organizations here, in order to be able to achieve what it is needed, empowering people in order to best succeed what they can. This is why DCN, from the beginning, it has adopted a network approach, setting up networks in all over the world, rather than sitting in Washington, in Paris, in London, in Sydney, in Johannesburg, etc. We instead of adopting a over-the-top approach, we immediately from the beginning emphasize a lot in creating chapters as the one that we have created in Americas in order actually to empower the regions, rather than setting up an organization that it will be based totally far away from where the action is. So concluding today, DCN DCN Global aim in organizing today's event, and I would like to thank Alexandra and Cynthia for moderating this panel and all the effort that they have done, as well as our speakers. Please applaud them. I think that they're worth it. It was actually to show the potentials that we have as an organization, but most importantly to promote the work that we want to do. A work that actually passes from you, and this is why the day after, the next day, is emphasized in organizing a hackathon. Because as I have said in the beginning, DCN is an organization of doing rather than only discussing. So today, in today's sessions, I think it has been presented very good ideas that represent actually the dynamic that exists in this region. But now we'll speak on my capacity as a professor. Your participation and your questions have been amazing. Congratulations to you and your professors. Thank you. See you all tomorrow with being so dynamic. Have a nice day.